table. Start with karakia. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong parts of my notes. That's not the karakia. Okay, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina, kia uta, kia mā taratara, kia tai, ehi aki, ana te ata kura, hei tio, hei huka, hei hu, ti hei Māori ora. Good. So thanks very much, everybody. Welcome for those of you, councillors, attendees, and those watching elsewhere to the Infrastructure Committee meeting for the 23rd of March. I do have one apology, was Councillor Foon, whose apology I will be suggesting we accept. Councillor Condi, you're here, so I won't need to. Are there any other apologies? Okay, I move we accept Councillor Condi's apology. Do I have a second?
Excuse me, Councillor Rush, I'll be an apology for an early departure. Sorry about that.
An apology for interrupting me as well. All right, so I have I will move that we accept those apologies. Seconder, please. Councillor Matthews, thank you very much. I put the motion, which has now been moved and seconded. Those in favour, click the button. And I'm going to guess that's motion's been carried. Oh, I should observe formalities, wait for democracy services.
That is carried unanimously.
All right, thanks. Conflict of interest declarations. I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest they may have in relation to the items on the agenda. Anyone? Should we put our green things down? No conflicts, good. Minutes of the previous meeting. Does anyone have any comments on the previous minutes? I've spent a bit of time looking at them. Okay, I will move the motion that the Infrastructure Committee approves the minutes of the committee meeting held 23 February. They've been circulated, taken as read, confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Free, thank you very much. Let's vote in the usual way. Okay. I will. Letitia, we're good?
We're just waiting on a vote from Councillor O'Neill. They may have stepped away from the computer, so we'll consider that carried unanimously.
I declare the motion's carried. So thanks very much for that. There are no items on the agenda. We now move to public participation. I'm thrilled to see Michelle Lawrenson from the Tatahi Bay Residents Association come to us here and to speak to us in this forum about the item on the agenda 3.2, the Wellington Water presentation on the Pūroro North Wellington Wastewater Overflow consent. Michelle, you're here on behalf of an organisation, so I'm assuming we will give 10 minutes for Michelle. Letitia?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. So I'll give you a bit of a warning with 2 minutes to go, Michelle. If you can leave time for some questions, I would encourage you to do that. But otherwise, floor's yours.
Well, thank you very much for having me, Sean. Morena and tēnā koutou. My name is Michelle Lawrenson, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all this morning. In 2019, Mari Wright and I, plus other concerned community members from Titahi Bay, Your Bay, Your Say, embarked on a campaign to bring transparency and awareness to a not-fit-for-purpose treatment plant and network. We regularly attend meetings with the Council, Wellington Water, Titahi Bay Community Group, Titahi Bay Residents Association, which we are members of, Surf Lifesaving Club, and have also met with local iwi Ngāti Toa. From 2019 to 2021, we hosted 4 public hui for the community to engage with Wellington Water, local authority and local iwi on the treatment plant and network issues in Pūroro City. Your Bay, Your Say is now part of a Streams and Bays working group with Eugene Doyle and community from Awhiro Bay, Lyell Bay, Pūroro Residents Association and Hutt City on creating a digital platform with Wellington Water called the Community Data Sharing Project Plan for more meaningful and better access to data, because currently we don't have meaningful data, and we want to keep communities safe from contaminated beaches, streams and harbours. Eugene Doyle has provided valuable knowledge and community input to this working group, as well as the Mayoral Task Force for the Three Waters strategy. There has been a litany of well-known failures to protect the environment and the health and safety of our communities. Our research has discovered meaningful data is inaccessible, vague, generic, and often non-existent. This includes OIA requests. An upcoming resource consent for a 33-year-old Pūroro treatment plant is a licence to pollute. Pūroro City becomes Pū Town, an acute health hazard, every time there is heavy rain due to years of underfunding of stormwater and wastewater infrastructure and deferring of necessary upgrades. And the media frequently report on these failures. Independent reviews are not holding those responsible to account. And just to name a few, 2018 Office of the Attorney General and 2020 Audit New Zealand find Wellington Water underperforms with the lack of funding and has little knowledge of stormwater assets. 2021 independent review of Wellington Water's 170 million contract with Veolia reveals a lack of governance, communication and strategic asset management. 2022, the admission of increasing frequency of untreated waste spills in Pūroro and Wellington harbours, and of course the fluoride cover-up. And another independent review will now take place. It is our opinion these reviews are not holding those responsible to account. It is also our opinion that resource consents are a tool used for practical and economic outcomes, but not for environmental outcomes. Today, Wellington Water is presenting on the Global Stormwater Consent for Dry and Wet Weather Wastewater Network Overflows, WNOs. In their executive summary background, they mention 77 constructed overflows, which we believe are situated around Wellington City. So we respectfully suggest councillors query the figure of 77 constructed overflows referred to, as the consent in question today is for Pūroro and North Wellington. Constructed overflows are constructed deliberately and are built for the purpose of providing relief to the wastewater network during flooding events. The stormwater consent process must also consider unconstructed overflows. Now, unconstructed overflows are unintentional. For example, during high flows, a manhole cover pops and sewage flows down the street and it enters the stormwater network. I mean, this has happened a lot because we've had lots of flooding events. It is our belief for the Pūroro City Stormwater Network, there are 2 constructed WNOs and 33 unconstructed WNOs discharging into the stormwater networks within Pūroro City Council's jurisdiction. So we respectfully suggest councillors query the figure of constructed and unconstructed WNOs, as these figures may have changed. We have obtained this information from Greater Wellington Region Summary of Decision for discharge of stormwater, occasionally contaminated with wastewater for Wellington, Pūroro, Hutt and Upper Hutt Council owned stormwaters networks. Given the possibility there are a large number of unconstructed overflows for Pūroro City, North Wellington, then the decision reached in the Environment Court in October 2021 to amend Rules 61 and 62 of the proposed National Resources Plan, PNRP, kind of makes sense. Rules 61 and 62 of the PNRP are wastewater discharges to coastal and freshwater that come under Policy 68 and Objective 50 of the PNRP. So and the amendment is now avoiding inappropriate discharges to fresh and coastal water of untreated wastewater, except as a result of heavy rainfall event overflows. And the reasons for the amendment to these rules was the level of regulation considered unnecessarily constraining to strategic urban growth and the impracticality of complying with consents and the cost. So how did these amendments to the PNRP protect the environment and the health and safety of our communities? What is the need for where the wastewater overflows to be consented? And is this presentation actually more about dry weather wastewater overflows? Then we now refer very quickly to the key points made in the presentation. And in our opinion, this is a presentation from Wellington Water today, and in our opinion, find them to be ambiguous and misleading. Wellington Water are supportive of reducing overflows. As mentioned, amended Rules 61 and 62 do not reduce wet weather overflows. The proposed storage retention tank in the Pūroro City Centre to help with overflows into Pūroro Harbour is years away before completion. Cross connections from private properties when whole sections of streets in older areas of Pūroro and Te Tahi Bay have no public stormwater infrastructure.
Just a minute and a half, Michelle.
Thank you. Older residential properties drain mainly to the street curb or rely on the disposal of stormwater to ground. Wellington Water have engaged with residents and groups and committees. Well, the photo in the presentation was a meeting of the storage retention tank on 2nd of June, and there were just 6 people from the community there. 3 from Residents Association, which is Grant, Ebbett, Murray and I, another 2 from Plymouth and 1 from Wellington. So majority who attended were not community representatives, they're Wellington Water Council staff and councillors. Wellington Water want a collaborative committee. We agree. It is significantly important to have local iwi, Ngāti Toa, but there is no other community representation proposed, yet they acknowledge community need to have a voice. The catchment begins in North Johnsonville, not north of Johnsonville, all the way to Pūkero Bay. And finally, a stormwater monitoring plan is also not mentioned in the presentation, but might appear in stage 2 of the consent. It would be worth clarifying with Wellington Water as the stormwater monitoring program can provide opportunities for using new technologies and methodologies for measuring flows from unconstructed wastewater networks. In summary, we wonder how the environment and the health and safety of our communities will be protected as heavy rain is a frequent occurring event. Thank you again for this opportunity to share our research thoughts and questions.
Thanks, Michelle. We've got just enough time for a question from Councillor Condi.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, Michelle. I live in Tawa, so my poo goes out into your harbour. And my boys were down paying on Te Tahi Bay Beach just last week, so it's something that's obviously really close to us out here. I guess I would just like to hear from you, what would you have liked to see in the consent? So we're about to embark on consenting these things in Wellington City Council. What are the things that you would have liked to see changed either in the process or in the actual details of the consent?
Well, for one thing, I think the presentation to the councillors is extremely light on information. I couldn't find anything in the documents for the agenda where it spoke of unconstructed WNOs, wastewater network overflows, and I think that's the real key here. Consent is supposed to protect the environment, but that's not what the papers presented today show you. Not from our research, at least, anyway. Which is why, respectfully, it might be prudent to ask those questions that we've put, a query around. We may have the documentation where we got that information from Greater Wellington Regional Council. I gave a copy to Letitia, so you'll get a copy of that. That may have changed. I'm not sure. So they may have more constructed wastewater network overflows, but as you can see around the country with all the flooding, these are naturally occurring events now quite frequently. And I think we need to really be careful before we need to be careful before consenting that we have the right structures in place to protect the environment and our health and safety of our communities, because at the moment when it rains heavily in Pūroro, it really is an acute health hazard. And we all know we don't want to go back on why it hasn't been done, but there's lots of things that we can do moving forward to make sure proper processes are put in place. But if I may, I'd just like to say how disappointed and the Residents Association are that the Environment Court did change those rules, because as we know with climate change, we're not having 100-year floods are happening every year. And I think back when those rules were put in place, it was for, heavy rain once a year or something. Well, that doesn't happen anymore. So I guess I'm quite disappointed by that personally.
Thanks for that, Michelle. I really appreciate it. I always find your commentary is, very well briefed, full of good facts and accurate. So I'm really thrilled that you are able to share that with this committee, as well as the joint wastewater one we've heard you from previously out in Pūroro.
Thank you. much, Sean. Thank you. And Mary Wright is part of this too. She just can't be with me today. We're in separate areas. Yeah, but we speak together with that too, and the Residents Association. Thank you.
I'd encourage you to stay on the Zoom while Wellington Water provide their presentation. I'd like to ask Wellington Water, who I'm sure will be listening, to be prepared to address some of the issues that you've raised as part of their commentary.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to Letitia too for all her work in preparing me for this meeting. Great support. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we'll move on to our general business. Item 3.1, I would welcome Siobhan Proctor, Chief Infrastructure Officer for Wellington City Council, to introduce the report.
Morena Chair, Morena Councillors. So this is the Wellington Water Quarterly Report. It's the first quarterly report to come to the Infrastructure Committee. Previous to this, it had been wound into the quarterly reports that go to finance performance. So Wellington Water provides us with a monthly report on their financials through a dashboard. And then every quarter we receive this quarterly report, which is in a dashboard form as well. So 11 of the 23 KPIs have not been met, and these are principally relating to wastewater discharges, sewage overflows, response times and drinking water consumption per resident. We've been working very closely with Wellington Water on the abatement notices received from Murray Point and Western Water at the Western Wastewater Treatment Plant, and Council is also aware of the review that's currently underway or that's been conducted on those wastewater treatment plants. We are also working actively with Wellington Water to address the customer calls and response time issues. We're aware that the current format of the quarterly reporting needs work, and we'll be working with Wellington Water over the next few months to provide a more fulsome performance summary. So we have online, and I think we have Colin and his team. I can see Jeremy's there, but Colin and Wellington Water team are online to answer any specific questions you have.
Kia ora, staff, councillors. Thank you for having us. We just wanted to make some introductory comments before we answer your questions. But just before we start, I just wanted to acknowledge the loss of a personal life at the Pūroro Reservoir. We're continuing to support the family, the individual's employer, and all of the people associated with this tragic event. An investigation is underway, and WorkSafe is involved. But thank you for having us today. We have our team in attendance to be able to answer the questions, and so I'd just like to make some introductory comments. Wellington Water's job is to collect water from the catchments, treat it to safe drinking water standards, distribute it to customers, and then collect and treat all the water that's been used before returning it to the environment. We do this on behalf of councils, who are the asset owners, through operating your 3 water networks and delivering your program investment to renew and improve performance. Overall, Wellington Water considers we've had a satisfactory quarter with respect to performing this work. We continue to deliver safe drinking water, and we have managed the delivery of reliable water through the summer drought period by managing water restrictions. We progressed and resolved the 9 properties affected by the December flooding event, and we have responded to emergencies that have occurred day in and day out. We have managed our team and resources effectively with respect to the risks of COVID, keeping the community safe. We do believe that the current Omicron variant peak is past through our teams, and that we're pleased that we are satisfied with the controls we put in place to ensure that we could continue to operate our assets and provide the services to customers as you would expect. We have advised council and the community that we stopped fluoridation of the city's water supply last year, and we did not let you know at the time, and we've apologised for that. And an independent inquiry is now underway to ensure the organisation, everybody understands how that occurred, and ensures the organisation learns from this failure to perform, and we will keep you advised on the progress of this inquiry. In the meantime, we are focused on restoring fluoride to the system as quickly as possible. We are committed to reporting to councils and the Water Committee on a regular basis. With respect to the service performance and the measures in front of you today, there are 4 areas we would like to highlight. Water consumption, the performance of the wastewater treatment plants, dry weather overflows, and flooding response times. In terms of drinking water consumption, it remains higher than the target we've set. The target level of 365 litres per person per day is based on the total amount supplied divided by the total population. Based on measurements that we have and overnight flows and the water arriving at the wastewater treatment plant during dry periods, it is our assumption that the majority of that increase is associated with water losses through leaks. Leaks in both the private and public networks are associated with the age and condition of those networks. Without the benefits of metering to understand exactly where those leaks are occurring and to manage those on a day-to-day basis, we continue to be not as efficient as we could in terms of reducing the amount of water losses into the network. This level of leakage increases the risk that in subsequent summer dry periods, we will have trouble distributing the required level of services to customers if the weather is very dry, if we continue to track on that consumption basis we have. We have introduced now drought levels of service so that if in the instance of a very dry summer and we can't provide that supply, we're able to work with customers and consumers to explain to them what a drought level of service would be in those circumstances. And with regard to the performance of the wastewater treatment plants, the performance measure reflects the current performance against the resource consents of those plants. Right now, the Western plant is inside compliance, except for a broken outfall pipe that occurred a number of weeks ago, which has now subsequently been fixed. Is that correct, Kevin? Sorry, I just wanted to...
over pumping's in place.
Sorry.
Western.
Sorry, for the break in the Western outfall structure, we are now over pumping to ensure that that material does not leak into the water environment. Moa Point is tracking down on all the 3 measures required by the consent, but is still non-compliant due to the need to demonstrate compliance over a 90-day rolling average. Ultimately, compliance depends on managing some additional asset issues we have at the plant and improving the reliability of the UV plant, which is at the end of the process. We are actively working on these issues every day. There is an abatement notice in place for Moa Point, and that is what you see in the performance report. It is an enforceable order to comply with the resource consents by a set date. And I previously advised you that that date was December 2021. We are actively working with the Greater Wellington Regional Council to set a fair date, a fair revised date, based on the work we are doing to bring the Moa Point plant into compliance. What Greater Wellington Regional Council want is that they want to know that we have an active plan to bring that plant back inside its resource consent limits, and we're working with them on that. With respect to dry weather overflows, the performance measure reflects the public health risk of operating a wastewater system in urban areas. We don't want, you don't want, nobody wants wastewater lying in public or private spaces and presenting a public health risk. The current performance relates to the aging condition of the network and the way the public interface with the wastewater system. The target set by council is not possible to be met on the current circumstances. And the last point I would like to make is about flooding, the flooding response time. The objective of this measure is to ensure that we minimise the effects of flooding when an event occurs and to close out community complaints following the event. We are resourced, both Wellington City Council's contact centre and Wellington Water are resourced to deliver business as usual responses. We are sized to do that on a day-to-day basis. When we have a flooding event, that is not what we experience. We have a large amount of volumes of work that are not standard to the way we operate normally. When heavy rain is forecast, we carry out preventative maintenance work to reduce the risk, and our troops are on standby to address the consequences of any flooding event occurs. We deal with all of the service requests that come in, but we also monitor all the other channels like social media, and we also attend and sit on known trouble spots so that we can respond to those issues. During an event, the council contact centre, where we record the date to which the service request was required, is overwhelmed by calls depending on the time of day and when they come in. It is not possible to load all those service requests into the system, so it gets done after the event, a very practical step based on the resourcing we have. When the service requests are finally loaded, they will capture when the request of the service was raised, but the DIA will not allow us to update the resolution time retrospectively. And you will be aware, councillors, of the terrible trouble we had 2 years ago around our response times, where we were unable to verify to the satisfaction of DIA that we had met the requirements of the measure. And that to us, it's important to be able to be audited to do that. But the whole point of this measure is to provide customer service in the face of trauma for our customers. And anecdotally, in our mind, based on customer feedback and complaints we get from that service, we believe we're providing a good level of service to flood response times. I would now like to Sean, just to open that up to general questions of our team.
Well, I see Councillor Fitzsimons is early out of the blocks with questions, so I'd like to invite her to.
Thanks, Sean. And Colin, I just wanted to say thank you for coming and keeping on turning up here. It can't be easy, and it's really appreciated. I just wanted to ask a question around this urgent calls business. So, that obviously is a concern, and I'm just wondering if you've mentioned it a little bit, but can you just give us sort of a example of 2 or 3 urgent calls, and also just in terms of advice to residents, if they're not able to, if it's really, really urgent, what's the line for when they call emergency services as opposed to Wellington Water? I'm just worried, obviously, with those response times. What's the advice on that to people?
Can I, I'll just hand that over to Kevin, Councillor, but just to make sure, are we talking generally here or back to the flooding issues? You're talking generally, are you?
I'm talking about the responsiveness around that indicator around urgent calls, but it may well be that flooding is the best, the key example. But I guess anything that's particularly urgent, what's that threshold for when people should look to the, fire brigade, or given the inability of Wellington Water to quite be able to reach that set target?
It's a difficult question to answer, Councillor. I guess your contact centre will be overwhelmed, and we will be overwhelmed with calls as well. My advice to a customer, if they were having difficulty getting through and there was a threat to life or property, that they would call emergency services.
And can you just give me a sense of 2 or 3 examples of what those urgent calls are? That's helpful advice on that matter, but what sort of things are they that kind of you classify as meeting that urgent?
Well, any call that related to a threat to a habitable floor, flooding, access issues that potentially threaten the safety of people would be examples that fit into that camp, I would say.
And not being able to be provided safe drinking water and public health issues at home of wastewater overflows, all would be classified as urgent, right? Yep.
Cool, thank you. And
I just think one of the best examples that probably comes to mind on that, Councillor, is there was the Brooklyn, the Brooklyn Reservoir issue we had a few weeks ago. Where we were unable to continue to secure a reliable supply of drinking water to the people. So that was the sort of response we did there.
Cool. Okay. No, thank you. And Colin, you mentioned, and I was really encouraged by it, that the fluoridation inquiry we can expect kind of regular updates on that. Are you sort of saying that we can expect regular updates as findings appear and are understood?
Sorry, Councillor, I meant that the inquiry will take 8 weeks and then you will get to see the result of the inquiry. But in the meantime, Wellington Water is working every day to restore the fluoride dosing in those 2 plants. 2 plants already are going, and we will keep you up to date on our progress with that restoration
Cool.
on a regular basis. So there's 2 streams there.
No, I get what you mean. Thank you. And just my final question, Colin, and I guess, you've been a seasoned leader and for a long time and dealing with kind of governance boards and understand where we're coming from when we ask you questions, and you've always dealt with them with, good humour and a constructive approach. If you were a Wellington City Councillor and you were sitting here getting these reports from Wellington Water, what would you do as a governor of the city in these circumstances?
Fair question.
I think my view would be that we haven't been able to compile a good list of measures that fairly represent the way in which the Three Waters networks are managed on behalf of our owners. We have a number of, in this particular case, we have a number of operational KPIs that talk about elements of the overall Three Waters system, but I don't believe they're a fair representation of the total job we do, and I just think it would be good to be able to work on providing that, so that that you can see a good overarching view of how it's performing.
Thanks, Colin. And I'm not suggesting you might want to run for the council, by the way. I appreciate the answers. Cheers.
I'm not council material, I'm afraid.
Councillor Day.
Kia ora koutou, and I also want to thank you all for persevering and trying to solve these challenges and to continue to provide water services that our community would like to have. So my question is just around the flooding issues, because obviously in Takapū Northern Ward we have a number of repetitive flooding issues, and I'm just wondering how residents are supported to continue to engage with Wellington Water. I've got a few where residents have been emailing backwards and forwards and they're expecting that work is happening or they're waiting for some advice. Meanwhile, we have another rain event, and I'm wondering, are they advised to log an event each time, or is communication through email adequate? I'm just wondering if that will be impacting on recording as well. I'm aware of one that I got another one last night where they had more flooding with the rain and they're just emailing, and I'm not sure that those are being recorded as events. So can you tell us what they're advised to do in those situations where there's an ongoing problem?
Councillor, my advice would be for them to raise that through another customer service request, so log it through the contact centre to make sure it's captured.
And is that what they are being told? Because it's not clear when I see the email chain, it's not clear that it's actually being logged as a new event. So I'm just wondering if that's the message that they are given in that process.
So I'd have to check that message. If they, depends where the email is going, if it's going to the council contact centre or through to Wellington Water's customer hub.
It seems to be that they're actually interacting with Wellington Water directly, and I'm being included in the emails, but it's sort of, because it's an ongoing situation, I'm aware that it might just be counted as the one event, but actually they've had multiple flooding events, and I'm not sure how that looks in our system.
Yes, well, I'd have to follow that through with you, so happy to take that offline and work through that.
Great. I guess there's something to think about there about how the residents are told to deal with a process that will be an ongoing one, and just what they should be doing to make sure that gets through the system. Because there's also another question that comes on from that around the long-term plan and the way that things were prioritised, and just wanting to understand when a community is told that something isn't in the long-term plan and wasn't prioritised, how we make sure that as long-term plans and annual plans are reviewed, that sometimes some of those things may change in priority and how those residents can feed into that? Is it clear how residents can feed into that process?
We might just need a bit of help there from council officers. I mean, before we answer that question, is there anything in that regards, Pūroro and Siobhan, in terms of how we would present that material going forward, if there's a change in priority?
Yeah, so I think this comes back to making sure that we've got robust capital plans each year at a time, and then make sure that we, when things have changed, we then can communicate that. But I think it's something we have to work with Wellington Water on to communicate that.
Yeah, and
still some work we can do to improve that.
And in support of that, Siobhan, we have an active prioritisation process that we review each time. So technically, councillor, that should be updated if the risk has changed.
And I guess that comes back to that repeated recording or reporting of flood events, because if it's still just being logged as one kind of event and the new situations aren't being logged, the risk may not be coming up as high. But I guess that's something you can look into.
Yeah, I think I would just reassure you though that we do have catches for people who who are experiencing regular problems with flooding that aren't being resolved, and so we do capture those as well. So I think we come at that from two ways. Okay, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Foster.
Look, thanks, Colin and team for coming in, and also thanks, officers. So my first question is actually one for both of you, and it picks up on the answer you gave, Colin, to Fleur's question, which is if you look at the dashboard that we've got in front of us, and it may be that you can't answer this in one hit at the moment, but if you look at the dashboard in front of us, what are the kind of measures? First of all, what is the process that you go through between the two of you, management and Wellington City Council management and Wellington Water management, to come up with a dashboard that you then put in front of us and say, hey, look, this is our representation of what we think you should be striving to deliver in terms of KPIs. And then for both of you, are the KPIs the ones which, as Colin put it, represent the best picture of the organisation's doing well or not doing well, and those KPIs are ones that are realistic, stretch targets, or not?
So these KPIs have been the same KPIs as far as I understand it for quite some time. How they're originally set, I'm not sure, and some of them are regional KPIs as well, I'm assuming. So whether they're fit for purpose, it'll be good to get that feedback. In terms of the issues that we've been dealing with Wellington Water over the last few months, I think they do represent those issues quite well. The likes of the mower point capacity issues, as I said before, with the budget information that we get monthly, we get the OPEX and CAPEX dashboards monthly. So we are monitoring that as we go as well. So from my perspective, they are probably the right KPIs for us to be monitoring. But with anything, as new events emerge or new things emerge in the Wellington Water space, it may influence a change in the KPIs in the future.
Can I add to that, Siobhan? We're an organisation that's owned by 6 owners from the 6 owners across the metropolitan area of Wellington and South Wairarapa. We have a statement of intent in addition to those measures, which we report regularly to the Water Committee on, in terms of our performance against those. They are additional measures in addition to what you see there that round out the performance of the Three Waters network on behalf of all owners.
So if I take from that, these measures are regional and they've been around for a while.
Well, if I can speak on your behalf, Siobhan, is that all right?
Yeah, no, fine.
These measures have been, in the main, set up by the Department of Internal Affairs as operational measures. in terms of the efficiency of the work we do. I think the question you're asking that has been asked is that a comprehensive performance review of the Three Waters network? Could we do better than that? I think there's definitely an opportunity to report the system in addition to those measures in a better way.
So if I take a specific example, I'm hesitant to go here at the moment because it's subject to an inquiry, but with respect to fluoride and not dosing with fluoride for a period of time, does that land within the quality of water, meaning that it doesn't meet the NZ standard that's referred to there? If it does, that's one thing. If it doesn't, then clearly that's not being measured at all in terms of these KPIs.
Yeah, at the moment, Andy, we the main thing we report is the provision of safe drinking water to all communities, and that's required. That's required by regulations and standards that are set down and reported to the Ministry of Health, and that's now being taken over by Taumata Arawai, who are going to lift the requirements to report that. With respect to fluoride, just the regulations and how that will be reported probably needs to be left to the inquiry.
Okay, so that's useful to know, to have that one there confirmed. And look, the last one is just when I've had the odd occasion to deal with customer queries, as much as I end up doing that these days, it's just the feedback loop that you have being, often people will say that the usual complaint is, and they'll probably always be the ones who actually got a complaint because they're the ones that haven't been resolved by definition, is reported this and reported this and reported this in, haven't got anything back, don't know what's happening, then go to elected member to ask a question. Is the system as rock solid as it needs to be able to track those sort of things and to let people know how queries are being dealt with, and if they're going to take time, why they're going to take time?
I can probably answer that initially. So no, it's not as robust as it could be, and there is a piece of work underway to actually look at what the root causes of some of those issues are, and to come up with some options for how to mitigate that and make the situation better, and then come up with the preferred option. And there's quite a few potential solutions to that, but that's a piece of work that's actively underway with my team working with Colin's team.
So that's a combined piece of work between WCC and WWL, and I've got no doubt across the other councils as well.
Yeah, so this is specifically between us and WWL, but whatever we come up with will probably influence what happens elsewhere, I'm assuming, depending on what the option is.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin, have you got anything to add to that?
Well, only we need to recognise this is one of our busiest times of the year. I think in February we had our highest ever number of service requests, 4,400 service requests come through in that month, which is really, really significant. And obviously we've like everybody have had some COVID headwinds with resourcing and so on, so it is taking us longer to close some of these things out.
I think actually that's an important point to reiterate with the sheer volume of calls and the relatively low number in proportion of the calls that get escalated. And when we look at the response from Wellington Water in these emergency situations, just thinking of the Brooklyn situation a few weeks ago, they do a pretty good job in that space.
I guess I'm just looking at that to be a performance criteria of some sort as well. So yeah, I take your point. Yeah.
Can I just add, because when people are really unhappy, they will ring councillors and they'll also ring me. And when we go back over those particular incidents, the one single thing that sticks out to me, Andy, is that they're always complex issues, the ones that are hard to resolve. And so we have to work really carefully with the individuals in terms of our response as well, to go through things that are not easy to resolve. And so having people say that that's too slow, is difficult to manage in those circumstances.
Yeah, I think I'll leave it with that. But I think the point is, if people are kept informed and told it's complicated, they'll be happy. If they're not told, then they get unhappy.
Yeah, generally, I think we do that well.
Yeah, cool. Okay, thank you.
Just to say, colleagues, I forgot to mention we are planning a break at 10:30, and I think we'll probably still be quizzing Wellington Water at that time. So we will stop at 10:30 for a cuppa. And you also note that I'm being pretty flexible with the Q&A because I think it's well worth it. It's good dialogue, and we've got a pretty short agenda, and we've had a cancellation, so we do have the time. So I encourage you to take the opportunity to ask questions, and supplemental. So Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say, we mustn't forget the good work that you do on a regular basis as well. I was at my daughter's yesterday and they had something go wrong with the water, but it was back on within a couple of hours, and that's all the trucks down there working and the guys working really hard. Thank you for that. I've got 4 questions. They're just sort of spotted around the report. So we're a bit underspent on our capital renewals program, which was our stimulus funding, one of our stimulus funding projects, the Pūroro Wastewater network work. How much of it has been done? I see we're about 2/3 through the funding, but how much is actually being delivered?
Can I just repeat this back so Tonya can answer the question?
Okay.
I think the question is how much of the renewals we plan to do under the fiscal stimulus
Absolutely.
Have been completed?
Yes, and for us it was the Pūroro Wastewater network. That was a specific project for Wellington City.
That's right. Thanks, Councillor Free. We are the initial work that was underway under fiscal stimulus has been completed, and we added additional work into later this year because there was money available on fiscal stimulus. That's not completed. I'm just looking at our latest report. For that, I think that's due to finish in May. But there has been a great deal of work go on in that network in Pūroro, and particularly because it's an area of where the wastewater network is in poor shape, and it does have an immediate impact on the environment due to the streams running through there. So we have really enjoyed getting that piece of work done with the fiscal stimulus funding.
Okay, so it's not far off being completed, and that's sort of tracking to plan.
The additional work is nearly done as well.
Okay, lovely. Now I just had a question because I'm a bit confused about the dry weather overflows. It was reported that we can't, that Wellington Water can't do anything about that because infrastructure isn't up to scratch. But at the same time, we were seeing media reports about it being due to people blocking pipes with unsuitable things going down the system. I understand about the blocking pipes, but can you explain to me what's wrong with the infrastructure that needs to be fixed so that we don't have these dry weather overflows? How's it related to the infrastructure?
Steve Hutchinson, are you on there somewhere? Oh, yes.
You're on mute, Steve.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah. No, you're still on mute.
Yeah, okay, I think I'm talking now. I'll talk on this in a bit more detail in the presentation with some gory photos as well. But fundamentally, if there's a blockage of any sort in a pipe, which could be a joint out of alignment or a tree root that's grown in, then materials such as wet wipes and so on can catch on it and accumulate to form a blockage. So if you have a perfect pipes and beautiful smooth condition, that material will pass through. And most of that material does pass through to our treatment plants where we take it out and wash it and send it to the landfill. But it doesn't take a large fault in a pipe for something to catch and then other stuff to catch on top of that.
So it would be fair to say it's kind of a combination between the pipes not being as good as they should be and the behaviour.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so we might need to get a bit of education out around that. Particularly it's a combination. I think that hasn't possibly been appreciated. The third question I've got is around the leakage management portion of the stimulus funding, which was which has been spent more or less to budget. How is the leakage management separate from the reactive maintenance? Is it a subset of it, or is the reactive maintenance everything else apart from managing the leaks?
Who's best to answer that question? I can have a go at that question. So with the leakage management, what we recommended was taking some of the stimulus funding and increasing the investment in the detection of underground leaks and the repair of underground leaks. So it was just really upping that particular investment. Now, the challenge for us is we need to sort of balance our resources across those two pieces of work, because you can have a reactive leak, something you see on the footpath, and you can have an underground leak. Now, where we want to balance is making sure we fix the highest priority leak, or the one that's leaking the most amongst that. So that's where we have to resource or balance the resources across those two programs of work. But the big idea was more investment in proactive leak detection and repair.
Okay. You mentioned that Wellington City's got a lot of leaks. Are we the worst in the region? How does our leaks per kilometre say? I don't know how you might compare. How do we compare with the other TAs in the region for leaks, underground leaks?
Councillor, that is the trickiest question. That, if you recall, in the Audit New Zealand response to our measures, was just so awkward, because we don't have enough measuring points across the network to be able to accurately determine the number of leaks. So we present a range. We present a range on the what we expect the size of those leaks to be able to be done, and it's very hard to draw conclusions between councils. But you could assume that that based on the condition of the network would be an indication of the number of leaks you're getting.
But in somewhere else, and I think in the package which was put together to go to DIA, you did say that Upper Hutt has quite a high, a known amount of high leakage. How is it that you can make a statement for them, but we seem to not have information for Wellington City, and what can we do about that?
Well, I think, Siobhan, I think that would be easy for us to just document that measurement system we've done and provide that to council. That's easy. That's, as best we can. Based on the information we have, councillor, we can provide you our assessment based on your city and the other cities. That's easy. That's very easy for us to do.
That might be quite useful for us, I think. And then my last question is hopefully easy. I think I read somewhere the stimulus funding has to be spent by a certain date. Is that true? And what is that date?
Yeah, originally the fiscal stimulus date was the 31st of March 2022, and then for various reasons in COVID and all of that sort of thing, they extended it out to 30 June 2022. But it was a pretty ambitious hurdle to get it done by the 31 of March. So I think it was just a sensible extension. And if I just came back on those early questions you had, I think to just summarise those questions, the originally planned renewals in the fiscal stimulus have finished. What Tonya was saying, there was additional, we went about some more, and that will be finished in May. We allocated money to more identification of water leaks, and that will be finished by the 30th of June as well. And we're on track.
So can we have some extra information about the Pūroro wastewater network and what's been spent there? Just because that was our big project in terms of, trying to fix things. Is it possible for us to have, maybe via email or some other way, some actual information about how the stimulus funding's been spent and the additional funding that's been spent and what's been achieved with that?
Yes,
in terms of kilometres and, or whatever it is.
Yeah, and I think Siobhan, again to you, I think you've got planned to report the fiscal stimulus outturns by the end of the period anyway. There's a formal reporting to be done.
That's right. So we do, and we receive reports with quite detailed reports on every quarter on what the stimulus funding's been used for.
Okay, good. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Colin, Siobhan and team. And I'd just like to also reinforce the positive comments from some of my colleagues for fronting up and for some of the good work that you do. Look, Liz may follow up and ask this too. Mana whenua relationships. Look, you did a great job of working to bring mana whenua onto the committee, but we did have some concerns from one of our partners on Friday. Just even basic things like names weren't being spelt correctly. Can I just ask two things? Have you done any cultural training, and in terms of monitoring your performance, are you able to add a measure on that looks at the relationship and whether you're meeting the expectations of our treaty partners?
So Councillor, we started a program of cultural awareness training, and that program has stuttered a bit because of the parties that we were using to help us with that are no longer available. We're just reinvigorating that program. It's been laid out in the statement of intent that councils expect us to have a high degree of understanding of Te Ao Māori and the Treaty of Waitangi and the way in which we go about our work. So we're exploring that in our next SOI measure. So we'll take that on board. I can reassure you though that some of the relationships we have with the local iwi are very good, and we now have a regular forum with the mana whenua CEs to clear all the issues out, and I think that's working well.
Okay. Were you here when Ms. Lawrenson was speaking?
I'm sorry, I wasn't, Councillor.
Oh, okay. Look, she raised a number of very important points. I'm just wondering if you or one of your staff can have a look at that. This is all recorded to respond, because I think that does raise some issues for Wellington City too, in terms of the way we're managing water out in the northern part of the city. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Next thing is, look, I am actually a supporter of the model, but we are now getting people questioning whether Wellington Water can do the job that we need it to do, and taking into account that you also need councils to do their part as well. But do you think that, just given this performance measure, and it's only got some measures, that you can say to Wellingtonians that this is all going to improve the problems that have been identified, just taking aside the fluoride, that they'll be fixed over time?
The question you're asking is to Council and Wellington Water when you ask that question, because you're the asset owner and we're the asset operator. And I believe that if in my heart, if we work well together and we're resourced adequately, we will continue to improve and address these issues. I'm very confident of that. That's why I'm sitting in front of you today.
Okay. You know that I've been particularly concerned about maintaining our safe drinking water standards, particularly after Havelock North. The fluoridation issue, does that impact on our ability to provide drinking water that meets the standard?
No, Councillor, the drinking water regulations are about providing safe water. In other words, it's safe to drink. And so they're very, those regulations are very clear, and we have a very heavy reporting requirement on those. The fluoridation issue is a separate regulation that is about providing, making sure that we dose in accordance with the Ministry of Health guidelines.
And just
we need to explain to council as part of the review as to why, what is required of us and how do we report that effectively.
Okay, so you can assure the committee that our water is safe to drink and there's no issues like with the fluoride that we're going to find out later that there have been problems?
Well, it's such a big open-ended question. It's really hard for me to answer, but we've consistently delivered safe drinking water in accordance with the Ministry of Health guidelines ever since we started, with the exception of the Waterloo post-Kaikoura earthquake event, where we all decided to install UV and chlorination at that plant. Since that time, we've consistently met all of the requirements and reported any incidents that have occurred to all of our owners. I would just say, though, that right now we're progressing through a big step change in the requirement to actively monitor and implement safe drinking water standards through the new regulator Taumata Arawai. It's a big step up in requirements. We've moved to appoint a Director of Regulatory Services to address those requirements, make sure the culture of Wellington Water changes to address those new requirements. And we think we're in good shape for 1 July 2022 start.
Okay, just two more questions. Is the Stormwater Consultation Committee still in operation?
Ooh, I don't know. Steve Hutch, do you know the answer to that?
I've got someone who does.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Angela Penfold. I'm an RMA advisor with Wellington Water. We have a stormwater liaison group that meets yearly, and we invite representatives from the council, Whenua and regional public health to see the outcomes.
Okay, so I guess I just again if you listen to Ms. Lawrenson's public participation about working in with communities, do you feel that when communities raise concerns that you are, you know, working towards being very responsive?
I think that's one of the key things. I think Wellington Water puts a lot of emphasis on being responsive to community concerns because we operate a huge part of the water network, but we're not the only people who operate the water network, and local communities are really engaged. Local communities are really engaged. They can be a really good vehicle for improvement and education and advocacy. So they're really important to Wellington Water, and we put a lot of resources into engaging with them.
Okay. And then just the last question, Colin, I picked up on your presentation something around interim standards for developers and that was needing to be done. Obviously, this is quite a big issue as we do intensify more buildings happening, that we don't create more problems for our environment. What's the progress with those interim standards? Like, how long is that going to take to do?
Judy, can you answer that, or do we need to take that offline? I think we might have to come back to Councillor on that. I'm sorry, I don't know if we can answer that in the meeting. Can we take a record of that?
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thanks for answering my questions.
All right, thanks, councillors. Thanks, Wellington Water and officers. We'll take a 15-minute break. I have asked them services to send me a link to Ms. Lawrenson's submission so that maybe we can get that to the folks at Wellington Water to have a look at in the break, but recognising that technology might work against that, plus the desire for Wellington Water to have a cup of tea as well. So we'll see if we can order that. Otherwise, we'll be back, make it 10:47.
Do we
Hi everybody, welcome back at 10:47. A link to Ms. Lawrenson's presentation has been recovered and been sent to Colin and to Steve. For some reason, Tonya, I don't have your email address plugged in, oddly. If you could maybe feed that through to the right people, maybe there's an opportunity to have a quick look for the end of the presentation, but I appreciate that's probably going to be a difficult task. So anyway, perhaps feedback at another time when you can. Nevertheless, Michelle has presented to you all before, and some of the themes I'm guessing will be fairly familiar. And I know that Ms. Kelly, who's next on my speaking list, has got questions relating to that. So I say go ahead, Liz, and if the team can answer them, that's fine. And if they can't, then we can revisit. So is everyone else back that we need? We've got quorum. Where's my STEM services?
We do
Yes,
have quorum.
Okay, Ms. Kelly.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'll be quite brief. I'm actually not very well, but this subject is really very important to me, so I didn't want to miss it, and it was really pleasing to hear from Michelle. Before I begin though, Colin, can I also thank you for the good work that Wellington Water does do, and I know that there is quite a bit of that. However, what has been highlighted and is often the case is the stuff that isn't good and isn't happening. And I have to say that when I read this report, it didn't fill me with any confidence when the first thing that I read was that zero overflows is unachievable. And that really concerns me. And also that the standard target is for 20 overflows per 1,000 connections each year. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but for me personally, that is just not acceptable. And while I know that you're reporting how things are, what I'd like to know is, what do we need to do to make it achievable, that there is zero overflows into our harbour? And I did ask, so that's the first question, but I did ask through the chair if you were able to catch up with the presentation from Michelle, and I take Sean's, our chairman's, comments that you probably have heard her presentation before, but that makes the question that I'm asking even stronger, is that why is nothing happening? So I live in Titahi Bay, and I can see from my deck every time there is an overflow into the beach, and it's not good. And so my question to you, Colin, is what do we need to do to make it achievable that there is no overflows into our water system? Now, I spoke with the Mayor of Pūroro yesterday, Anita Baker, because I was actually quite surprised to hear a comment that she had made publicly, that she's really very confident about the mahi that you guys are doing, and she hasn't got any concerns. And that really concerned me because of the amount of overflow that is going into our waterways. Now, in our conversation, though, she did raise that she believed one of the concerns is, and I'm only saying this because it is public knowledge, otherwise it would be third hand. One of the things that she did raise was that she believed that we on Wellington City Council are not listening to the advice that Wellington Water is giving us, and that we are not funding you enough to do what needs to happen. So can you answer those two questions for me, please?
I'd just like a bit of guidance from Barbara about just going straight into those questions. Is there anything, are you happy with that, Barbara, and just to answer those questions as they stand?
Through you, Chair. Kia ora, Colin. Look, I think the question as to what is necessary to reduce overflows is a question that every council in New Zealand does face, and it would be appropriate for you to speak to that, Colin. We all understand that there's a very long history here of underinvestment in infrastructure, which of course is not simply a regional problem, it's a national challenge. That's why we have Three Waters reform on the table and why we're going through that process. And I also understand, based on my own long experience in local government, that this is a very challenging issue for local authorities. I had the same challenge in New Plymouth District the time I was there, in terms of trying to mitigate the risks of overflows and significant weather events in particular. So, Colin, we're happy to hear you speak about it, and Siobhan or I can also add our perspectives if that's necessary.
Well, I think that's exactly the context, I think, with which you approach the question. So, that is the case. With the historic underinvestment in the Three Waters networks has led to the current position that we have regular wet weather overflows. The system is overwhelmed by rainfall events, and that results in wastewater overflow discharges in known points in the city, at manholes and at the plants. We also have dry weather overflows that we've talked to you earlier about in terms of the state of the network, but we also have ongoing leaks and discharges of wastewater on a daily basis through breaks in the pipes that affect the water quality of our rivers and streams. So the way back to steadily improving that situation is increased investment. There's nothing else we can, and managing those impacts day to day we have in the best way we can, so we don't present public health risks to our community or impact on the environment.
So can you tell me then, where are we actually at with making that happen? Because what I understood from the questions from our Deputy Mayor, she raised one of the big concerns, or the biggest concern that we have where there is leakage in our wastewater, was in Karori. And you've advised that has been dealt with. So I know it's a hard question, but it needs to be addressed, that if it's funding that we need, and funding that we need to prioritise to fix this, then we need to do that. But from listening to your answers to our Deputy Mayor, it sounded like you were on top of this.
We presented, I can only refer back to the long-term plan, where we presented to council what we thought was the state of the network and the necessary level of investment to bring back, to improve this situation. And that's our job as advisors to council, is to give you an understanding of that, and then you make the decision around how you want to invest in those networks. And we provided our best advice to you when you considered the LTP.
So in your view, do you believe that we have listened to you and given you the amount of money that is required to fix this?
Our job is to give you advice on your networks through your LTP process.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking you.
It's council's decision about how to invest, councillor.
Just again, I think it's worth saying through you, Chair, and reminding ourselves of the intense process we went through with the Three Waters, Mayoral Three Waters Task Force focus, and it did actually establish a number of things, including the knowledge all of us have that our network is going to require a significant increase in investment over time to get it to the standard that we would all wish it to be. I think there was an acknowledgement by the council when we adopted our current long-term plan that we had started the process of significantly increasing investment in our infrastructure, but that it would need significantly more over time. And the advice from staff throughout the process of considering Three Waters reform is that for Wellington City, Three Waters reform is necessary because we cannot afford on our own the incredible investment that is going to be required over the next 30 years. So I personally, the answer I would give you is that it's not yet sufficiently funded. Wellington Water has been very clear about the significant costs that all of the councils in the region will need to face up to over time, and that we need to work with the Crown, and we need to work collectively to address this for all New Zealanders. That's probably Liz Kelly, not the answer you would like, but I think it's a truthful one that we have a lot more work to do before we're going to bring our infrastructure and our Three Waters service to the level that we would all like to see in our country.
And I accept that. And with respect, Mr. Chair, if I could just go back to Wellington Water.
Could I just make a comment, Liz? I'm a little bit uncomfortable because I understand you're talking about the Pūroro wastewater treatment plant and how Pūroro funds Wellington Water to achieve the outcomes that you're seeking. No, I'm not.
No, what I'm talking about is the overflow and sewage that continually goes into our waterways. Doesn't matter if it's in Pūroro or Wellington, it is going into, or the Hutt Valley, it is going into our waterways, and it needs to stop. And it's not acceptable that a report comes and says that the expectation is, there's zero expectation that we won't have any overflows. I mean, we're spending millions of dollars and there needs to be a solution somewhere. And I don't believe either that keep pushing it out to the water reforms is the answer. If you, as you have told us today, that the problem in Pūroro, which was identified as a major issue, that we're on to that, and that's resolving things. You know, things are resolved one step at a time, and that's the only way that we can resolve this, not keep pushing it out to wait till the next review or wait till the Three Waters reform. And I'm sorry that I might sound emotional about this, but I am, but it's really because I've got a sore throat. But I am really annoyed that a report can come through like the one that has, and we're supposed to accept it. I just find that really unacceptable.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like we've moved probably into debate, although I totally acknowledge your points, Liz Kelly, and you're passionate about it. Whether we can bring this back to question time before we continue.
So the question, I do have one question, Mr. Chair, because it hasn't been answered. Our CE has said that she didn't think that enough money has been set aside yet to address this. When can we get a paper that's going to advise us then with actual solutions of what we need to do to make this problem, resolve this problem? That's what I would like to hear.
Is that a question for our officers?
Either whoever.
Yeah,
I think it probably is, Barbara.
Yeah, so there are a couple of papers coming up to council. So one is around this year's current OPEX overspend, which will be going to council next week. And then there are papers coming to infrastructure committee in April around further OPEX requirements and capital requirements as well. So those are for specific projects for the CapEx requirements. On the issue of wastewater overflows, these are not, you know, when we presented the quarterly report, they're not unknown issues. We know that we've had issues at Moa Point wastewater treatment plant, as well as the Western and Pūroro. And there has been a review undertaken of the operations of that plant, which Wellington Water undertook, and there is an improvement plan that is currently being developed. Wellington City Council has representative on that steering group for that improvement plan. So there is a lot of work going on into improving the situation.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Very patient, as always.
Yeah, that's my middle name, just no one knows about it. So my question is on a totally different angle, really. Colin, what I am confused by is there are some areas where it's hard to pin down which organisation is responsible. And so there tends to be a bit of passing it between the organisations. And I'm thinking particularly of the Papawai stream in Mount Cook with the, I'm not going to bore you all with the details, but where there's been basically, I think, a botched work, which is damaging the Scruffy Dome and the fish ladder and things like that. But it's hard to find out. So there's been a bit of tinkering, but it actually needs someone to go in and sort it out. And I think Wellington Water is saying it's City Council, and I'm confused. Mount Cook residents are confused. How do we find out how to get this sorted?
Whenever there are grey areas in terms of the way we operate, Wellington City Council and Wellington Water, and that's a really good example. It's really a very difficult issue on the edge of the work we do, and we just work together to solve those things, Councillor, and we're committed to doing that with the council.
So I mean, you're always incredibly good when I email you with the various leak problems, which I seem to have had quite a lot of. So I appreciate that. You know, you're really onto it. Thank you. So should I email you again with this saga, and perhaps copy in council as well? Because they don't. The residents don't care who does it. They just want it done because they're concerned about a stream, which is of course feeding into our water supply and taking sludge and rubble down, which shouldn't be in there. And I don't want you to think that I love creatures because everyone knows my views, but you know, the fish are being, I think killed will be the answer.
We'll follow that up, but my understanding is we're actively working on that, Councillor, and we'll come back to you.
Okay, but look, I will send you the latest saga because I get it in my ear almost every day, so I'd like to share that with you, Colin.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Thank you.
Just want to say, I mean, we are talking about the quarterly report, and if there are measures that or questions you've got directly in relation to your constituents and so forth, which could be taken offline, then perhaps that might be taken offline. But
yeah, no, but this was actually more about the interface between the different organisations.
Yep.
You know, so that was an example of the problem.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And so Colin, I appreciate that you've been before various committees over the last week, and that would be stressful in its own right. And can I just say, I do get a lot of complaints, but I have noticed, whilst I've still got the same number of complaints, I'm actually getting much speedier resolution. So thank you. There's been an improvement there. I've got two sort of groups of questioning. One is around funding, and the other one is actually around key strategic measures. The first one about funding, in hindsight, you know, after we did our long-term plan last year, do you feel that we had put enough funding into our water infrastructure budgets that you had the capacity to be able to implement or deliver on?
Chair, can I get some guidance from you? I think officers in Wellington Water have addressed that question. I don't know what else I can do.
Okay, so I think you said before that you gave advice to us, and I would need to go back and look at that particular advice. But I just want to know whether you've got a recollection whether we did put in enough money as we could have done.
I think I think the question was sort of answered. I think we all know that more money will be welcome, but we went through the annual plan, long-term plan, and collected funds from the ratepayers, and as best we could, and we've allocated those funds. Councillor Calvert, in some respects, maybe Colin is actually saying, "Well, you're the ones who allocated it." I don't know, but I mean, I think that whether it's enough is probably a very broad wide-ranging discussion, which does have complications with the trade-offs that are made with other sort of priorities, which the CEO of Wellington Water have no real knowledge of.
Okay, thank you. I'll find out a little bit of information on that. The next question is, earlier this month, I suggested that this council, for its next annual plan budget, needed to look at noting that the additional funding would be required in water infrastructure operational expenditure and capital delivery. I was advised that officers are able to either mitigate those OPEX pressures or to utilise a portion of the better off funding from the water reform process. But what I'm hearing from you is if we put some more money in our water infrastructure budgets, you could do more. You've got the capacity to do more. Is that correct?
I can only go back to our advice. We've given you advice on the various range of scenarios. If council chose to change the level of funding, then we would respond to that by giving really practical advice about the degree to which we can respond to that, what we can do in the context of the environment we work in. We're happy to provide advice to council on those matters. That's our job.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Chairman, point of order. I think we're kind of getting off topic of the actual quarterly report results and getting on to conversations about the annual plan, which we will have a meeting for later in the year.
I wanted to rule that that's appropriate. You're drifting into areas where we're not briefed, we don't have the right people, and you're putting the CEO on the spot to talk about things that really are not really around the KPIs and the paper in front of us, Councillor Calvert. I do appreciate your questioning, and as we all do, but although we did have some flexibility earlier to take time to ask questions, I am conscious that people do need to do other things today. So if you could conclude.
Well, thank you. That was on a question about funding, and I did appreciate that other councillors were able to ask questions on that. My next question is around these performance measures, and seeing that they are purely operational, would it be appropriate, and this might be for officers, that I know Wellington Water referred to other measures in the statement of intent that they have, and I don't know what those actually are, but would it be appropriate that we do, as part of our monitoring, that we do look at some of those other, perhaps more strategic KPIs around people and culture and strategic risk management and other aspects such as that? Would that help us in terms of our governance role in monitoring our Wellington Water and our own performance?
Yeah. Right, I can answer that. Yes, Diane, as I mentioned in the introduction, we are reviewing this quarterly report, and we will be looking at how we can make improvements. So we can look at including some of those KPIs, or including the SOI.
Okay, thank you. And that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Councillor O'Neill, you've been waiting very patiently. First time on the show. Please ask your questions to Wellington Water.
Thank you, Chair Rush. I have quite a few questions on the overflow consent paper, but I'll ask those later. Since you mentioned in your introduction, and we've been advised as councillors, this would be the appropriate time to ask you about the fluoridisation in our water. What is the impact realised or advice given by the Ministry of Health or Wellington CCDHB on the lack of fluoridisation or this latest incident? What has been the health advice received?
Can I just make a comment before the Wellington Water answer? As you know, as we all know, there is an investigation that's already been commenced into what happened. But I think a question like this about the health implications and advice is something that's appropriate. So I'm very happy to allow it.
The matter of public health of the community is a Ministry of Health. It's their job to comment on that. They issued practical advice the day after we made the announcement to people, and we're continuing to give them regular updates on the performance of the fluoridation system for them to decide what to do. It's their role to comment on the public health of our communities. It's our job to to dose the fluoride.
Yeah, just to that, have you received advice from the CCDHB?
What we received, if people around the table can just correct me, I'm pretty sure we got advice that was issued by either the Regional Public Health or Ministry of Health, I can't remember exactly, Council, I'm sorry, about the practical steps people could do while fluoridation was paused in the network, and then they will still be considering what other steps they can take.
Thank you. And now I'm asking the second question on behalf of the kids in Strathmore Park that have incredibly poor teeth. We spend loads and loads of dollars each year getting emergency fluoride toothpaste to our people in Strathmore Park. So what support can Wellington Water give, I guess, by not at the beginning of the process letting us down, and now we're having to pay for essentially more ambulances potentially? What advice or support can Wellington Water give Wellington City Council about supporting our communities that have been affected by this crisis?
Well, again, I can just reiterate the response in a public health measure is up to the Ministry of Health, but your question is, in terms of the practical advice they've given, what can Wellington Water help Council do to implement that advice? That's a good question, and we'd be happy to consider it.
Cool. Thank you, Chair. And just one last partai. I'm looking at point 6 of the discussion, similar to Liz Kelly's points. What is the ecological impact realised when we talk about the number of dry weather sewage overflows from the council's sewage system? What's the ecological impact? Because I guess that our little invertebrates and our natural taonga aren't here to ask these questions. I mean, it's noted in a paper. I just want to be assured as a governor that we are getting the full picture.
I'd have to refer that to Steve Hutchinson. Are you still there, Steve?
I am. Yep. Sorry, just trying to get the mic. Most of these dry weather overflows are pretty localized, and they're contained on the land, the ground around where they are. So there's, most of them don't even reach the waterways, which is one of the points of some confusion. So by and large, we don't observe large effects in the waterways. We don't see fish killed, for example.
What about like native kororia, little blue penguin, native skinks that call the shoreline their home, even if it's just charged onto some rocks nearby waterways?
If it does get down to the waterways, the dilution will take effect. So you've got reasonably small volumes of wastewater going into larger water bodies. In terms of fish are quite sensitive to ammonia, which is in the urine and the wastewater. And so they'll smell it and they'll get away if they can. But the invertebrates, which can't move as fast, may not be able to get away. So it's a hard one to give a definitive answer to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I'll follow that one offline. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor O'Neill. Good questions. Councillor Condi, sorry, I hadn't realised that you'd been so vocal previously, I suppose, but please ask your questions.
Thanks, Councillor Rush. Just wanted to come back to the KPIs and starting with the dry weather overflows. Question this is from Councillor Foon, who couldn't be here today, and she was just wanting to know if there's 1.8 dry weather overflows per 1,000 connections, how many overflows is that in total in Wellington City? She had a number, she had done some maths and thought it might be about 144, but can you give us a number as to like actually how many of these there were?
The record I have, Councillor, is 132 in quarter 2.
Sure, that sounds about within Kiwi, so that's great, thank you. I guess my other question is that these KPIs, as I understand them, they're set by DIA, but the target levels are set by each territorial authority separately. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay.
Colin, is that your understanding?
Are you asking me? Sorry, yes, correct.
Yeah, so So essentially that there are varying levels of targets across the region with the different territorial authorities that you work with.
That is correct, Councillor.
Yeah, okay. One of the things I'm wondering is if, for example, on the flooding responses, so I know that you said on the dry overflows that the regional target, the most common regional target is 20 overflows per 1,000 connections, of which we're well below. I was just wondering on the flooding response, our target is 60 minutes, and I was looking at this compared to Pūroro City Council's target, which is 8 hours. And again, I was wondering, given that this is you know, ours is sort of significantly more ambitious and aspirational, would the performance that you had at the moment this quarter, would that have met the Pūroro City Council's performance target?
No, I don't think. Sorry, we've just lost
Chair, Sean.
Yeah.
And Councillor Condi, we just our video stream is just popping in and out on the odd time. So can you just bear with us on that in case we've missed or you don't hear our answers? So we'll just go back to the answer. You were asking, Councillor, whether we met the 8 hours in Pūroro City Council. Is that correct?
Well, I'm asking if the 8 hour target, if Pūroro's target was the target in Wellington, would we have met it this quarter?
Oh, I see. You've gotcha.
I think the answer there, Councillor, is that if the same situation occurred in Pūroro in terms of the same size event, we would suffer with the same challenge of the service requests being raised and then ultimately closed out in the system. So, you know, that gets out of step with the actual outcome on the ground, which is mitigating the effects of the flooding as soon as we practically can.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and Deputy Mayor Free. I'm guessing that's she's disappeared.
I am here. Sorry. I've got just a couple more questions. Thank you very much, Colin, and your team. First of all, just in relation to following up on some of the stuff about the dry weather overflows, if there's 132, are they roughly occurring at the same spots? In other words, could we do some targeted maintenance on some of these aging pipes that you referred to before that are catching up debris and maybe forming the fat burgers, whatever? Is it possible, or are they just scattered randomly around the city? Is there a trend and a pattern that we could address?
Steve and Kevin?
We do some targeted maintenance to the extent we can, and we also do some targeted flushing of the pipes, particularly around some of the restaurant spots. But it is really a widespread issue, so it's not easy to solve just by it's not the same 20 spots going 5 times a quarter. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's actually a really good answer. I understand that. My other a follow-up question on just whether we've been putting enough funding aside to deal with this, and I'm actually concerned about the stimulus funding. So the stimulus funding share for Wellington City Council was around 20 million, and of that, around 10 million was to be spent on, particularly in Wellington City, with the exception of some work being done on Upper Hutt and South Wairarapa on some smart meters and some leakage specifically for that region, which still left the bulk of the 10 million to be spent in Wellington City. So there's money there, but what I noticed is actually there's been a lot of underspends, except for that, ironically, that work that was to be done in other regions, other TAs. So my question really is, Colin and team, can you give us assurance that the money that we have set aside for Wellington City is being prioritised sufficiently, given the things that have been happening and the public pressure that we're under to show that we're actually funding these things? Is Wellington City being prioritised sufficiently, the funding we have given you? That's my question, because I'm looking at the stimulus funding, there's an underspend of 2.8 million, and yes, an overspend of 1.1 million, but there has been an underspend.
Can I just answer that, Siobhan? Give that a go.
Thank you, because it is a question to Wellington Water, really, at the moment.
I just wonder, Colin, is this part of the discussion on OPEX, which we are going to have with the full council next week?
I'm looking at it from the point of view of the quarterly report, Chair. I'm looking at the numbers, and I just want to ask the question: has the money been? Has our portion of what we've been
committed
I
being
think
sufficiently?
everyone understands the question. I'm just wondering whether it is part of a communication that's currently going on between officers and Wellington Water.
I'm happy to answer it because it's
a delivery issue myself.
Delivery. And so the fiscal stimulus was given to councils, and Wellington City Council agreed on the prioritisation of those funds. I think it was in September 2021. I think I've got that right. 2020 was it? 2020. And then we had to finish the expenditure by 30 June. We went through a process of prioritising those funds based on what we thought was the priority for the work to be undertaken. And then we got on and delivered it. And we are on track for delivery. And I would just say, in addition to that, that the time given to us to plan and deliver that work, to expend that amount of money, was an incredibly ambitious target, and we are on track to do it. We will not necessarily have hit exactly the targets on each of the individual discrete items, but we have to make sure the whole is completed, and we're on track to do that. And as we said earlier, the Wellington City Council will report fully on the execution of the fiscal stimulus by 30 June 2022.
Yeah, so I can confirm, Sarah, that that's the case, that the reports we've been getting quarterly shows that they're on track to spend the stimulus funding.
Well, that's very comforting, because I wouldn't like to think that we're trying to address this through having budget available, but there were other reasons why it couldn't be delivered. And anyway, okay, thank you. And I look forward to some more fulsome reporting on it too, as has been, we've heard that will happen. So thank you.
Well, there's nothing wrong with giving money back to the government, but Your Worship, you've got another question.
They don't give us very much, so we better give them back too much.
Well, let's try not to.
Yeah, exactly.
Two other questions if I can, because I did just have a quick look at the DIA compulsory measures, and there's actually only 5 areas, and it comes to a number of extra questions. But there's certainly quite a number of the KPIs that we've got in there are actually our own voluntary ones, including the dry weather overflows by the looks of what I see. So I just want to confirm, is that correct?
Hi, Andy, I'll need to check that with my staff.
Cool. I've got it in front of me, but I just thought you could confirm or otherwise. Look, the other question that I just had is, in terms of the spending, one of the extra pieces of spending, can you just put the link in the condition assessment work, and if you can give us an update on how that's going, it'd be really appreciated too. So where the condition assessment work fits with all the stimulus funding that was given as well.
Through you, Chair, that is if it's okay with you, we probably can't do justice to that question in today.
Okay.
But we can certainly do full justice to that in terms of the full report on where we're up to with the condition assessment enabled by increased funding by Wellington City Council and the fiscal stimulus, in terms of what we've learned about the state of the assets through that work. We can do that in a comprehensive way. You've consistently asked for a report on that, and we will deliver it.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Just back to your question, Andy. So I think Zach's online. Zach, so apparently Audit New Zealand requested Wellington Water report on both dry weather and wet weather overflows. Oh, you're on mute.
So it was Audit New Zealand rather than DIA in this particular instance. Yeah, cool. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to, through you, Chair, I was just going to confirm that Audit New Zealand's recommendation to include both of those reports as separated reports was to give a higher degree of visibility between the difference between dry weather overflows and wet weather overflows.
Good. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, sorry to labour this point, but since the Mayor's raised the asset condition assessments, they've been to date severely underspent by $2 million, according to the figures that we've got. So I would be interested not just in a really detailed report on what's happened with Pūroro, but a really detailed report on what's happened with the asset condition assessments and exactly where the money's been spent to achieve what. So yeah, I just want to understand this whole thing a lot better than I currently do.
Is that a question?
A question is that what is going to be provided?
I totally understand the question, and we will endeavour to answer that with officers.
Yeah,
Councillor.
a report, please. That's what I'm driving at. Something in writing with really detailed explanation, so we can actually be really comforted. What's been achieved? What's been spent? What's been achieved? Is that what we can expect?
Absolutely, and I think it's also important to lay out what we can continue to achieve into the future. Because you'll recall that after the Dixon Street event, our focus was on the very high criticality assets.
Yes.
And then we had a number of other asset classes that we needed to work our way through and assess the condition of. So it's a big job.
I appreciate that. I'm grateful for what you do, but I think just our comfort about knowing the absolute detail about what's happening would be very helpful, so that we can support you.
So, Deputy Mayor, you'll know that I have made an amendment to the substantive, which is to work with officers in Wellington Water to provide a more comprehensive quarterly report which addresses a lot of those things. I understand the information is held and it's available, but it's not, we haven't actually asked for it to be presented in a format which I think you and I are looking for. So that's already been noted in the amended substantive.
Thank you, and I'd like to also thank you, Councillor Rush, for your, the good work you have done in the space.
Oh, thank you. Colin, I got a couple of questions in. I guess I'm just a little bit worried that our city was designed at a time when managed overflows, which resulted in wastewater going into the harbour, if you like, was deemed okay, and that we now don't think it's okay, and that's fine. But we now are faced with how do we retrofit everything so that we, address the concerns that, for example, Ms. Kelly raised. Is there some sort of sense in that sort of thinking?
I think you've got it exactly right. We built a wastewater system that does not have a lot of redundancy in it. So when it breaks, it discharges. And in the same period, we used to accept that as okay, but society has moved on. People do not see it as acceptable for wastewater to be in public spaces nor enter the environment. So we've got a stiff challenge to get our network to a point where it's robust and has the redundancy in it, so that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks. I don't see the Q&A.
Can I just give you an example of that? When we had the break in the Overflow main, a number of years ago, and there is no redundancy to that system. When the wastewater keeps coming down to the coast, the only option in the old days was to scour it out into the environment. So what we've done, what Wellington City Council has done, is established an environment that we know there's no redundancy in the system, but we can operationally try and respond to those issues by, anticipating them, using sucker trucks and all manner of activities to manage the network in a way that absolutely minimises any discharge to the environment. And I think there's been a substantive improvement in the way in which we manage that operationally, Sean, in the last 2 or 3 years. We've avoided a number of issues by just sheer muscle and grunt, really.
I guess my concern, Colin, is that with population growth, it's not going to get easier, and we do need to think about novel methods of handling waste, which allow us to achieve what we want to achieve. And I'm also taken back to my time on the Whaitua Committee, where this particular issue was recommended to be, the use of the overflow system should be phased out. But how we do that and over what time period at what cost is the $64 question, I suppose, and something which we will be working on, I suppose, with our long-term plan next.
I would just say that it's growth, it's changing expectations around environmental performance through the regulator, but it's also the impacts of climate change, where we're experiencing changing weather patterns all the time, and we are increasingly finding our old systems need to be adjusted for those events.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's all the questions. I'm happy to move the amended substantive, which is, if you want to put it up, Letitia, adds a recommendation or an agreement that we take a better look at the form and substance. And do I have a seconder for this? Deputy Mayor Free. I suppose, do I introduce this as the mover? I suppose I do. So first of all, I guess I do want to echo some of the comments made about the performance of Wellington Water on a good day. Wellington Water on a good day is an outstanding machine. And I think back to the lockdown when, as portfolio lead for water, I never was prouder than to know that my guys were actually keeping Wellington going, putting themselves at risk. And then moving on to some of the other outstanding pieces of work of engineering, fixing the sludge pipes. We know that the breakage wasn't a great thing, but that wasn't their fault. The fix was outstandingly done, on time, on budget, cutting edge engineering, bringing people in from Germany. Similarly, Custom House Key shutting down the keys for a short period and getting it done once and for all, and getting it done early, actually. So this is actually, on a good day, a high-performing team, and don't forget that. We've got some challenges, which is the politically correct way of saying some shit's happened, and we shouldn't underestimate that, and there is an investigation that's going forward, and at the Wellington Water Committee, we're also looking at wider areas to consider. But nevertheless, it's always appreciative to have Wellington Water come to us, give us their update, and speak honestly, and also to acknowledge where they have not met our requirements. So there is more to come, and it probably won't be good news, but nevertheless, the team, I do want to say thank you for giving us our water. And that's all I've got to say. So I will move this motion, and Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it, and I do thank Councillor Rush for formally noting that we would like to work on the reporting. I do think that we need some reporting, and that's because we obviously are in a challenging time where after our infrastructure has been, we've taken, I think to some extent, we've taken it for granted. It would keep working as it has worked in the past, and clearly it's getting to a stage where all of it's getting old, and it's going to be challenging. But the way to fight that is with complete transparency, and we need to know what's not working and not working, where the challenges are, and what needs more investment, and how best to make use of the ratepayer dollars that we have, because we also need to be able to have comfort about where it's been spent and the outcomes that have been produced from that spending. So I think that with all relationships, partners, we need that sense of trust. And for me, that sense of trust comes from really transparent, clear information. So I'm very happy to have seconded this motion in its current form.
Thank you. Councillor Condie.
Thank you. I just think, talking about the improvements that we might make in future, I think it would be great to also be able to see some comparisons as to how we're performing against other comparable TAs in our region, because I think it is interesting that our, the performance standards that we're holding ourselves to are different across the city council. So there were three in particular that I was quite surprised there's a significant gap between our performance standard, and I just compared to Pūroro. The dry weather overflows, where we are aiming for 0. And Pūroro City Council's is 20 per 1,000 connections. The flooding response time, where our target is 60 minutes, Pūroro City Council is 8 hours. Non-urgent call-outs response time, where our target is 5 days, Pūroro City Council is 20 days. There are areas where we are clearly trying to be more ambitious in Wellington and setting higher expectations and higher standards for Wellington Water. I think it's important for us to be able to have visibility across that. That our expectations are a bit higher here on some of those measures. I also think, I Liz Kelly, thanks for your comments about Mayor Baker, that Mayor Baker has made about funding, and I've heard some of those comments be made, passed on to me recently through journalists. And I would just say that I'm very confident in the amount of funding that we've provided. I'm looking forward to more advice if things have changed or we need more advice since the long-term plan, then I'm welcome that, because I'm sure that we all know that this is an area where additional funding is required. I would just say to Mayor Baker that I don't have a fine-tooth comb over her budget, and I don't know what her funding looks like in Pūroro City Council, and I wouldn't think about commenting on it, to be frank. And I'd be very surprised if she's had a fine-tooth comb over our budget. If she wants to sit down and have a conversation about that, I would be happy to do that and update her about the increases in funding and things that we've done in that space. So that's just my suggestions in terms of some of the improvements I think we could see in quarterly reporting going forward. It'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condi. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to echo the thanks of people for coming and reporting to us, and Sean for your work. But as a councillor, I feel deeply frustrated. We are constantly seeing problems arise with Wellington Water, and we know that there are many problems that need addressing. We've had the mayoral task force, 3 independent inquiries that I can think of. So now I'm left in a position where I can't confidently answer questions from residents about the performance of Wellington Water and the relationship between Wellington City Council and Wellington Water. And I just want to again put on the record that I'm not confident in the relationship between Wellington City Council and Wellington Water. I don't want to throw blame around, but I do want to see active steps to find solutions. And I want clear advice, as I've said previously, on what's available to us as governors and what levers we can pull to see better performance here. I'm very worried that we keep saying this, and we're not seeing that much change. So there's 1 independent inquiry, there's a private briefing coming up. I'm not confident that we are doing enough, and I want to see us doing more. And I want to understand what the further options are for change, because something is not right, and I want to be part of fixing it instead of constantly being worried about it.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and I do echo a lot of Councillor Fitzsimons' comments. I'm not confident about the relationship between our own council and Wellington Water. I'm also not confident about the level of funding that we've actually put into water. I think it sounds like there could be an opportunity to do more, and I think we need to look at that sooner rather than later, because that's what Wellingtonians expect. Water is their #1 issue at the moment, and we've got to do whatever we can to make sure if we've got the capacity to do more around our infrastructure, we need to do that. This report has been useful in terms of telling us almost what we don't know. We need to, it's very clear that it's not, there's information there that we need to be aware of, especially at a governance, a very strategic level. So there's definitely an opportunity to improve the level of information coming to us. But it also highlights how fragmented the monitoring of our water is. We've got this committee meeting, we've got the Finance and Performance Committee meeting, we've got the Wellington Water Committee meeting. And I know we've had Wellington Water in front of us talking about our drinking water, but actually we purchased the drinking water of Greater Wellington Regional Council. And we need to make sure that we find out, we're giving them $20 million a year. What are the standards we expect from them? And so we do need to make sure that not only our relationship with Wellington Water is optimized, but also our relationship with Greater Wellington Regional Council is as well. So we have good accountability, and that's what we as governors need to do. And we need to make sure also our measures are not just lag measures, are not just reactive as events that have gone on. We need to make sure that we are keeping an eye on measures that actually give us the signals that something might break further on down the track, and then give us time to make the investment decisions that we need to make in a timely way. But these are all long-term fixes as well. But I am very concerned if we are now waiting for Wellington Water's board inquiry into fluoride before we actually look at doing anything else further, which is quite clear that we need to look at our monitoring and the relationships between the organisations, and that's something that we could certainly get on and do now. So my feeling is that was something we need to do as a council, and because we just can't leave this to linger, waiting for another review by somebody else. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert. Councillor Condi, back again.
Thank you. Apologies. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Calvert's comment that we're this idea that we're not doing anything while we wait for the results of the fluoride review, which is just simply not correct. And as you all know, Bruce Robertson and myself, as chair and deputy chair of the Audit and Risk Committee subcommittee, have asked our chief executive to prepare a briefing for that committee, looking into exactly some of these issues that you've raised, Councillor Calvert, about the relationship between our council staff and how they're working with Wellington Water and how those things are working out. So I think to suggest that we're not doing anything while we wait for something else to happen is just incorrect. And I wanted to come back onto this just to correct that.
Well, given Councillor Condi's corrected some statements I've made, I'd just like to be clear and correct the statements she's made. And I've been quite clear that and the advice that she's given us, I know there's we are having a meeting to discuss this further, and this is really just emphasising what we need to do. But also Councillor Condi did comment to us that it would be preferable to wait for the outcome of the external review being conducted by Wellington Water. And what I'm saying here now publicly is I don't believe that is the case. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna see Councillor Condi's not put a hand up. I'll say a few words about that in my reply. Mayor Foster.
Thanks. Look, I wanted to start off by saying thank you to both to our officers and to Wellington Water for coming along and for the work that you're doing. And I think, Chair, you reflected on a lot of the good stuff that's been done. And I want to echo and endorse that as well. And I particularly, one of the things I have done, and I know, Sean, you've done it as well when the opportunities have arisen, is go down and actually, meet with the people who are actually doing the real work on the ground. Whether it's fixing pipes or going into tunnels or pulling the fatbergs, etc., out of pipes down and down, even right down in Lambton Quay below us here. So and the salt of the earth stuff, and they're doing a great job on our behalf. So thank you, and Colin, if you can pass on to the team, both the Wellington Water team and the contractors, our thanks for the work that they do. I also wanted to echo the chair's comments that there is absolutely room to improve. And we all know that, and that's why you're seeing the level of interest you are here. And councillors, I wanted to also thank you for what I think have been really good questions and for the fulsome answers that we've got on those. What I would like to say is that I think honesty in the answers is really, really important. And I think one of the things I do like in this, and I know that it got called out, was the performance measures here. And you're saying to us that one of our performance measures, at very least, is not possible to achieve at the moment. So setting stretch targets is fair. Setting impossible targets is probably not particularly clever. And Councillor Condi's fingered several where we've set a target which is way beyond any of the targets which any of our other councils, sister councils, have set. Hey presto, we fail, or you can't achieve them in our jurisdiction, but you can achieve them in other jurisdictions. Even though the standard is actually not that far different. So I think we do have to think about those things. And I do think, looking at the answers that were given, I do think there's an opportunity for us to have a look at the KPIs and see whether they actually cover everything that we really want to. So I'd encourage both our officers and Wellington Water to go and have a little bit of a think about whether the performance measures we've currently got actually do everything that we want to in reflecting whether the organisation is doing a good job or not a good job. And obviously fluoridation is one of those areas which isn't even mentioned there. And I think we would all say, well, making sure that the system's fluoridated is probably quite a good thing. And I guess when you don't have things in the performance measures, perhaps they don't get quite the same level of attention. I guess that will come through in due course. If I can also just, in terms of that honesty and in terms of the relationship, if I can also say it would be really great if there was a fair and even treatment of that by the media, because I think if I had $1 for every time that I've seen the same pipe broken in Arrow Valley, I would be a very rich person now. If I had $1 for every time I'd seen a poo truck going around the south coast, I would also be a very rich person. But I don't see too many pictures of the hard work that was being done underground in the Mount Albert, or the people who are doing the work in the Mount Albert tunnel. So it'd be nice to see the fairness of the good work as well as the areas where there's improvement to be made. Councillors, we also, some of the questions also were about funding. We did lift the funding significantly as a result of the, Three Waters was out of sight, out of mind most of the time until pipes started breaking one after another. And then obviously it's become front and centre. And so we've lifted funding significantly. We did that urgently in 2020, in the annual plan then, and we increased that dramatically in 2021 with the LTP. But I think we all know that there's more to go. And if you look at the Three Waters reform, that is all about huge lifts in the amount of money that needs to go into Three Waters. And if I can just finish off by saying, look, obviously there are some issues at the moment. We were all somewhat dismayed and surprised by the information around fluoridation, so very much look forward to the inquiry and obviously to having input into the terms of reference to that inquiry. And there are some other issues that you've already had highlighted by various other speakers that we are going to have to work our way through. But if we can work our way through those together, we'll be in a much, much better place going forward. So I'm just going to leave it there. And thanks again for the participation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairperson Rush. I just wanted to, chip in here because we've chatted a lot about the inquiry into fluoridisation and the impact of our relationships, officer to officer. But to bring it all back down to, the people that will be feeling the lack of fluoridisation the most are our community members, are our vulnerable community members, and in particular, Wellington City Council sponsors and spends a good number of money, and community organisations do so much outreach, getting people and families to educate on the importance of taking care of your teeth in our community. And ahead of the inquiry, I think we need to apologise to those people because actually it's not good enough, and I don't have a whole lot of confidence as a governor. And the reason that I'm talking about it now in public debate is because I haven't been chatting to media in the last week. I haven't been, bringing questions to other papers, to other things, and this is where it should lie. And I do think that inquiry, and I'm signalling to the chairs of this committee and the chairs of the Finance and Performance Committee who will be receiving briefings on this, that we really do need to look into the impact of what extra work our community will have to do to pick up the slack, because somewhere earlier down the pipe, we have not followed through with our promise to community to expect fluoridisation in those waters. And children, children as young as 2 years old are having all 20 of their teeth removed, being put under general anaesthetic to get those teeth removed from their mouth because we have not done well enough as community. And I think that is a real failure. And I am quite brassed off. But I do think that the issue, it's all good and well talking about, officer miscommunications and whatnot and what happened in the organisation, but actually looking at the impact of our people in Strathmore. And I'm so aware of that. And I'd just like to lay that on the table and debate today, because I think that's what it's about to tangata.
Well said, Councillor O'Neill. If that's all, then I will do my reply. And I do just want to address that as a father of a 7 and a 5-year-old who has lived in Wellington now most of their lives, possibly with inconsistent fluoride. And that does concern me. And I will make that apology on behalf of at least this committee, and I'm sure for the whole council, that that this has gone on. In the end, we can talk about it being Wellington Water's fault or Greater Wellington's fault, but actually we are the Wellington City Council, it's our fault. So we need to do something to fix it. We need to also recognise that we are one of 6 councils, and that those other 5 councils are wholly dependent on a functioning Wellington Water on a good day, and that's where we need to get them back to. So I do endorse and do also share those concerns, Councillor O'Neill, and make that apology unreservedly. Just to some of the other comments, I think Councillor Condi, definitely we should be doing an analysis of what the other councils are doing. It does seem that if we are having inconsistent targets, then surely that has a cost effect, meaning that some councils are perhaps costing more than others, and that would seem to be a little bit inequitable, depending on how the accounts are managed, I suppose. But it does seem a little bit odd. So I've got a little dog playing with something in the background there. Councillor Simons, I share your frustrations. Yes, there has been constant problems after problems, but there's also been some great fixes and some great teamwork and some courageous work as well that I think I mentioned when we started this debate. I think the the relationship with Wellington City Council and Wellington Water and all of us put together, I suppose, is something that will be fruitfully addressed in the proposed meeting with our Finance and Audit Committee. I think that is the right place. I actually think that I've always been very impressed with Bruce Robertson. I think he's the ideal person to take a first shake at some of these issues. And that, in my view, Councillor Calvert, is a starting point in the next very brief period. I'm hoping in the next week, that will be a starting point for considerations around a wider review, which I know that other councils share a desire for, but must follow sequentially after the Martin investigation. So I do acknowledge your desire to move faster, but we are a part of a bigger group of councils, some of whom have less concerns about the performance than we have, and more concerns about how Wellington Water will perform over the next 2 years through until we transition to whatever the reform looks like. So I think that really covers most of the things I wanted to say in response. I do appreciate the respectful and intelligent questions that we've put, and also the responses coming from Wellington Water. We do know that there's more work that's going to be done in this space, and I'm hoping that at least by providing a quarterly forum where a more fulsome analysis of what's going on in terms of money spent, activities done, how that's tracking with the annual plan, and then a forward look into the next 3 months might give us a little bit more arms and legs around what Wellington Water are doing, and allow us to give some more real-time feedback as well. So much appreciated. And for those who have sat through now for over 2.5 hours with some COVID bugs, thank you very much as well. So I would encourage you to vote as appropriate.
That is carried unanimously.
That's carried. Thank you, colleagues. I notice it's 5 to 12. Is anyone needing a whare paku break for 5 minutes? I'm minded to move on to the next paper and then let the folks from Wellington Water get back to their day jobs. So unless anyone needs a 5 minute, then I suggest we charge on. I'll take that as a no. So, yes. So the next agenda item 3.2, Wellington Water presentation on the Pūroro North Wellington Wastewater Overflow consent. Again, Siobhan is going to introduce this, and I think we're going to hear from Wellington Water with a slide pack.
Yep. Thank you, Chair Rush. So this item has been prepared by Wellington Water to provide council with background information and to socialise the context to the approach that Wellington Water has taken to the preparation of consent application pertaining to Pūroro North Wellington catchment. So whilst it informs the approach Wellington Water will take with reference to Wellington City catchments, there are several areas that need to be worked through with Wellington Water and Greater Wellington Regional Council, and we will be doing this over the next 6 months. And again, that's to assess the options open to us and determine a preferred option. So it is an information presentation for information purposes. So we have here, we've got Angela Penfold and Steve Hutchison from Wellington Water who are going to give this presentation and then presumably take questions afterwards.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor. Colin, who amongst your team has given the pack?
Kia ora,
Steve.
Councillor Rush, Julie Alexander.
Julie.
Kia ora, tēnā koe. Yeah, thank you, Siobhan. Thank you, committee. We've been asked to review the words from Michelle Lawrenson, and without wanting to misrepresent that, there's been a plea for more community engagement, which the team will endeavour to undertake before we put the consent in. So I just want to say that up front. And the team will touch on a couple of the points that Ms. Lawrenson did cover around some of the detail around the what's in the PNRP in relation to the reduction of overflows, and whether the application will seek to cover non-constructed overflows, and the team will cover that in their presentation. I also acknowledge that Ms. Lawrenson said there was a lack of detail in the presentation, and of course the team are happy to answer questions on that to provide the detail to the committee. Thank you. I'll hand over to Steve and Angela.
Thanks, Julie, and thanks, Siobhan, for those introductions as well. As has been explained, we are here today to give you a bit of an update about our resource consent application and what we're going through with preparing it. We're focusing on the Pūroro and Northern Wellington catchments, but there is a Moa Point and Pūroro combined catchment wastewater network overflow application that will follow this one in due course. We're just not running them all at the same time. And as Julie said, we'll talk through engagement with residents groups in detailed mana whenua and some discussions about who the actual applicant is as we go through the presentation. Just one point to clarify too is that the presentation does cover both wet and dry overflows. We are seeking consents for both, but the wet weather overflows, we're reasonably confident that if we can get mana whenua support for our proposals, then we will manage to obtain consent. The dry weather overflows are a bit more complicated. There's only one council in New Zealand that has managed to obtain a consent for dry weather overflows. There's been a lot of refused applications. So we are proceeding with that application, but we have to be realistic about our chances of getting a consent for those overflows.
So the Northern Wellington Pūroro network shown up here on this map, it's a population of total about just over 90,000 people at the moment, and it's growing. And there's about a third of that population is in the Northern Wellington suburbs, which consist of the northern areas of Johnsonville, just north of the police station, sort of Paparangi, Newlands area, Churton Park, and of course Tawa. So the wastewater from this part of Wellington flows down through the purple pipe and into the red pipes, which are what we call the joint venture assets. So there's a contribution made by Wellington City to Pūroro City to run those, and those are governed through the joint venture committee. There's a number of pump stations. The wastewater from Wellington generally flows through a fairly large trunk pipe parallel to the stream, and then it's pumped through to the wastewater treatment plant. That treatment plant is currently going through a resource consent renewal. There's some upgrades underway to increase the capacity and increase the performance, removing the bypass in particular. And the treated wastewater goes through a short outfall at a place called Rukatane Point, which is just over 800 metres to the west of Titahi Bay. In terms of what overflows are, I've just got some pictures here to show the different forms of overflow that we're talking about here. So those top two pictures are what we call uncontrolled wet weather overflows. So these occur obviously during heavy rainfall, when the amount of stormwater and groundwater that gets into the wastewater pipes overwhelms the capacity, and the water comes out at the lowest point that it can. In some cases, that's through manhole lids. It can be by streams, or it can be on verge down the back of gullies, properties. But those are uncontrolled overflows. The controlled or constructed overflows. I've got an example there in the lower right of the screen. It's taken on a dry day, obviously. That shows the sewer, the wastewater pipe in the bottom there, the wastewater flowing its normal way. And then if there is high flows beyond the pipe's capacity, the water levels will come up. And in that case, they'll go through a constructed pipe leading from that chamber through to a stormwater pipe, which will then go down to the nearest stream or harbour. In terms of dry weather overflows, which we've touched on quite a bit this morning, the photograph in the bottom middle is a typical example of a dry weather overflow, which we see, on a pretty much a daily basis. These are relatively routine, unfortunately. And as you can see from the picture, they're reasonably localised generally. They're responded to by our crews as a priority one, an urgent response. The crews have a pretty well-established routine of going there, unblocking the pipe, and disinfecting the local area. If it's got through to a stream, they'll put up signage, and these get collated and reported to the various agencies, regional council, regional public health, and the respective council.
So as Steve was alluding to, there's quite high connectivity with the stormwater network, and this, I'm not going to take you through the detail of this diagram, it's quite full on, but it's an example of showing all the different points of connectivity, and particularly how stormwater does end up in our wastewater network. You can see that there is, on the left side, there's stormwater coming off the roof into a downpipe, and then that downpipe has been accidentally connected into somebody's toilet and going into our wastewater network. We do try and fix those when we see them, but historically they still exist. And there's also a variety of other ways that that stormwater gets into our wastewater pipes. And then there's a variety of ways, as Steve was talking about, that we have to overflow that because the pipes aren't big enough to accommodate that much. So what all that really means is that to solve the problem of wastewater in our waterways, one of the things that we're going to have to look at is that, as well as looking at how we manage our wastewater network, we have to look at how we manage our stormwater network. And so that's one of the things that I'm hoping to start conversations with your officers about in the next month or so.
In this particular catchment, there's been quite a bit of work over the last few years to look at how we can, first of all, deal with climate change, deal with population growth, and also reduce overflows. So the map on the left, the very colourful map, is a graphical representation of our computer model, which shows the effect of different rainfall events on that wastewater network, which obviously flows out into the streams and harbour. And the different colours represent the different sort of frequencies of rainfall events, and the bigger the dot, the larger the overflow. So those red dots there, they're a 3-month regular occurrence event, going down to the green dots, which are trying to look at a once every 5-year type of event. And you can see just from the number of dots and the brightness of the colours that this is an extensive issue. This is a widespread issue all around each of the wastewater networks in the region. So we've done a fair bit of work in Pūroro to look at ways of how can we reduce this, how can we make an improvement. And the map on the right shows what's currently planned in the Pūroro's 30-year infrastructure strategy in terms of an approach to reduce these events from about 10 times a year, which is a typical sort of number where the largest point will overflow, down to around 2 times a year. Now, that particular target and level of service is something which we'll come back to later on in the presentation, because that's ultimately not our call to make. This planned work, which is there, some of it's starting, it's been prioritised to try and get the best reduction possible, as quickly as possible. And so there's work underway to, for example, upgrade the treatment plant, put a large storage tank north of the railway station, and other pipe upgrades. In terms of how we reduce overflows, there's roughly 3 different approaches to solving the problem. You can, first of all, reduce the source of the problem, the stormwater that gets into the wastewater pipes that causes that exceedance of capacity. And in this particular one, we've shown that area where we're focused on reducing the source of stormwater in the eastern Pūroro catchment. That's why that part's shaded pink. The second approach you can take is to put in storage. So large storage containers, typically concrete, sometimes below ground, sometimes above ground. We've got a 1 million litre one in the Michael Fowler Centre car park, which was put into this type of issue. And the third way is to increase the capacity of the system to keep that excess water moving to somewhere where it's safe to treat and discharge. So we're doing a bit of all three, or planning a bit of all three in the Pūroro North Wellington catchment at the moment. Most of this work is focused on what we call the trunk network, the large part of the network, and some of that is funded partly by Wellington City through the joint venture arrangement with Pūroro. Looking in a bit more detail at North Wellington, this map's got a different legend, so different colour scheme. These are the dots where the computer model says that up to that 5-year type of rainfall, we might have wastewater system, or we'd expect wastewater to be escaping the system. Now, the blue dots are those uncontrolled overflows, so those manhole lids that pop, have flow coming out of them. And the red dots are the constructed overflows, where we've got a pipe that's deliberately set up to take that wastewater to a stormwater or a stream. And the purpose, of course, of the constructed overflows is to reduce the public health risk, reduce the nuisance of the wastewater coming out and potentially causing illness. So you can see there I guess Northern Wellington's got more capacity than the lower parts of the network. They've got a reasonably large pipe that goes through the middle, but of course getting the wastewater to the pipes, there are some bottlenecks which are needing addressing. Touched on before with the types of wet weather overflow reductions. There's a photograph of the Silver Stream storage tank up in Upper Hutt there, and also the other mechanisms of conveyance increasing or reducing the source, which is ultimately probably the best solution, but also the most challenging. In terms of dry weather overflows, we talked about earlier this morning, but they're really the combination of the pipes that are in poor condition, and the material that gets into them that really shouldn't go in there. So we get a lot of wet wipes, a lot of sanitary products, tampons, sanitary pads, all sorts of things like dental floss and used condoms and the occasional pair of underwear. And these things, if there's a fault in the pipe, they'll catch and they'll accumulate fat, oil and grease. That's another big contributor. Tree roots, Pūhutakawa tree roots in particular, they get in and they form a place for material to catch and ultimately block. We do education campaigns where we can. We reinforce this message, the 3 Ps, peas, poo and toilet paper. That seems to go down better than doing the negative type of messaging around, don't flush this, don't flush that. So it's a long, difficult issue to address ultimately.
So just going through how we ended up in a situation why we have overflows at all. Historically, the sewers were built to accommodate some stormwater. It was always understood that stormwater would get into them, but there's only so much pipe capacity that you can build in. You can't build a pipe to accommodate every single emergency storm that comes through. So the system was designed that when there was more water in the pipes than they could accommodate, it would overflow, and they were designed to overflow into streams. And that was a deliberate choice because of the public health risks of them overflowing onto private land or overflowing back up into people's toilets. And that was accepted for a long time, and when that occurred, they were just considered to be emergency overflows, even if they were happening several times a year. Society expectations are changing and have changed, and the Maori values for water are becoming much more mainstream. And so that is reflected in the regulation that we have to work with, particularly in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater. And Greater Wellington has taken that and reflected it in the regional plan, the Natural Resources Plan. And so now we are required to get a consent for the overflows, and part of that consent requires that we have a program in place for reducing them over the lifetime of the consent. We can't just keep on discharging the way that we have to. The regulators won't let us. as well as the community expecting more of us. So we are expected to do better than we do now. So as I touched on there, there's quite strong Maori values about water, and I actually don't think I can say it any better than Liz was talking to earlier. I think that was a very passionate explanation. But I've just got up on the screen here some of the documents that I've been involved with through the Whaitua program, and I quite like the quote that they want people to be able to harvest food from and swim in and enjoy the harbour, Te Awaroa o Pūroro, and that's important for them as their responsibility as mana whenua. So we did meet with Ngāti Toa back in May. It was a conversation primarily about the central storage tank, but it reinforced the overflows are unacceptable. And Ngāti Toa are putting a lens over their conversations with us of everything needs to be directed towards being able to collect mahinga kai from Te Awaroa o Pūroro. And so that's why they've restated that aim down the bottom there of being able to gather food from the harbour again. I would just say that generally Ngāti Toa has been a really key player in the resource consent for the wastewater treatment plant and that process that we're going through, and we know that they are equally interested in the network overflows and the impacts on the upstream, on the upper catchment streams and things. Okay, so we need to get a resource consent. That resource consent is we're doing it on a catchment-wide approach, what we call a global consent, rather than trying to get a consent for each discharge, point by point. The advantage of that is it means that we can prioritise across the catchment and pick up on the sites that are having the most effects and deal with those earliest. So the main effects that we're looking at are impacts on Maori cultural values, biodiversity and ecosystem health, aesthetics and public health. And what the consent will do is provide a framework that we work within and work with our community and mana whenua partners in particular to improve the overflows over a long period of time. It's not a typical consent where we come up with a structure and go off and build that structure and then leave it in place. It's a very different type of consent to that. It's a strategic consent about how we are going to do this over the long term. Oh, and just sorry, I should have just clarified on that. There was a question about in the written questions about the cost of obtaining consent. It's going to be notified, and our basic starting point for notified applications is that they will cost us about 750,000. And it will cover, as I think we said earlier, both constructed and unconstructed overflow points. They will all be prioritised together. So there are some reasonably big investment implications for Wellington City, which I think you've been talking through for a couple of years now and again this morning. So I've just put some figures up there in terms of the 0 to 3 years, close to 30 million, 0 to 10 years, 110 million. And in the 30 years, quite a large figure of 885 million. And that is citywide. That's not just in Northern Wellington. That's what you're spending across the city. Wastewater renewals are helpful, but they're not the only part of solving it. So pipe condition does play a role here, as we talked about earlier. Another area where you're going to be spending money, which will be helpful, will be in growth. Growth investment is quite a helpful vehicle for improving the network overflows. And Steve will come back to growth later on. And I've just picked up a few images there from the Mayoral Task Force. There was a recommendation in that about network overflows and discussions about water quality in your long-term plan. And just that I see this as being generally consistent. The approach that we're taking with this consent is generally consistent with a couple of your priority objectives. So I just wanted to highlight that for you as well. Okay. So what I wanted to talk through here was that it's important that Wellington Water provides clear guidance about the cost of implementing the consents. It's quite new in Aotearoa, New Zealand, to do this work on a citywide scale. So it's quite hard to get a feel for how much it is going to cost. We've done it in local areas before. But so what we're doing is we're doing a pilot study in Wainui Mata in the Hutt Valley. And we're getting the pilot study is looking at two different ways of managing the network overflows and trying to assign some very, very indicative early costs against both of them. So we're firstly looking at the typical engineer's approach of what it looks like if the network copes with 1 and 6 month events, up to 1 and 2 year events. So that's sort of the range that engineers would typically consider to be a well-performing network. But then we've also got so we'll get costs about what that would look like for the catchment, for the pilot catchment. But then also Whaitua Te Whanganui Atara advised us that we needed to be able to design a network that could cope with a 1 in 25 year storm event. There's quite a big gap between the typical engineering expectation and the aspirations of the Whaitua. And that was discussed at length in the Whaitua. And so what we're also doing is we've, as part of the pilot study, is saying, what would we need to do? How different would it need to be to provide a network that didn't overflow, unless that only overflowed if it was a major storm? And I just need to be clear, that would be a different type of network to what we have now. We couldn't do what we do now better and achieve a network that accommodated the big storms. We would need to do it very differently. I've just put a wee graph in there just to show that when you spend money on wastewater network overflows, you usually get reasonably good return for your dollars in the early days, and then you get a point around the middle that is your optimised investment, and then after that it just gets more and more complicated, and you end up spending a lot of money quite often in return for very small returns. And so just the last part of that conversation was the cost does seem to come from solutions needing to be at the site level. The cost does seem to come from solutions needing to be at the site level, the street level, the trunk network level, and the treatment plant level. You can't just solve them in one place. You've got to solve them right across the network. And frustratingly, even if it works in one location, there's no guarantee that it will work 500 metres down the road. All adds time, all adds cost. Yeah, Steve's just going to talk through some examples, an example from Auckland.
Yeah, so just by way of example to demonstrate that Wellington's not the only city in New Zealand struggling with this issue. Auckland, our friends at Watercare have been doing a lot of work in the central Auckland, northern Auckland area, dealing with this high, we call it inflow and infiltration, that's stormwater and groundwater getting into pipes. In that context, they've been driven by, first of all, by the public issues around the water quality, beach water quality. It's been a huge issue up in there, and they've worked down to a standard which they're working on about that 2 spills a year. So the 2 biggest storms of the year, typical year, there'll be expected to be some effect, some overflow of wastewater into the harbours, which will obviously impact the waterways for a few days. Now that's a slightly larger population than we've got down here, but just in terms of context, a key plank of their strategy is what they're calling a $1.2 billion central interceptor, which is a large tunnel under the ground, which will both store wastewater during these peak flow events and also convey it down to the treatment plant. On top of that, for their context, they've got another $1 billion for the conveyance to get the flow to that central interceptor, and they're also looking at another 400 million or so to upgrade the treatment plant to deal with that flow when it gets there. I probably do need to emphasise that a lot of this work is focused on wet weather overflows, so that rainfall situation. It doesn't take much account of dry weather. There is some co-benefit, some improvement from renewing pipes to make them smooth, to allow various wet wipes and other material to flow down them. But by and large, work in both Wellington and other cities is mainly dominated by the wet weather, reducing the wet weather overflows. They're the larger volume and generally viewed as the bigger issue of the two.
So sort of starting to work more into the solutions. So we've got quite a few different areas that we need to be cognizant of. We've got mana whenua aspirations and also community aspirations. We've got council zone aspirations to really improve in this area of wastewater network overflows, but we've also got investment. And so there's a fine line to find that balance about what's appropriate and what's not. And so what we're proposing to do, and this is what we're I'm like really interested in your feedback about this approach, is a collaborative committee that is made up of equal numbers of mana whenua representatives and council representatives. And that committee would be responsible for decisions about what catchments are prioritised first, and what approaches we take in those catchments, and also about what level of service we aim for, whether it's within the range of the typical engineering approaches or whether it's more aspirational than that. And so what that committee, as I said, would have equal numbers of council representatives and mana whenua representatives on it, and they would make some of the decisions, and then they would, as I outlined, and then they would recommend investment to Wellington Water. Wellington Water would take those recommendations and put them in our long-term plan advice to both Wellington City and Pūroro City. And from there, it would be up to the individual councils to make the decisions about what goes into the long-term plans, because I didn't want to undermine that your long-term plan process has its own legal process that it goes through. But so that the intent is that the committee will make lots of decisions about what is most important and how that needs to occur, and then make recommendations about improvements and feed that information into your long-term planning process. And by having council representatives on that committee, I'm hoping that Wellington City's mana will flow across to the mana whenua, who will then understand that Wellington City and Pūroro City are taking this issue really seriously. And so that's why I'm proposing council be the representatives on it rather than Wellington Water. But Wellington Water would be in the room. We would be acting as secretariat, and Greater Wellington as regulator, and Regional Public Health would be invited in as observers. We haven't spoken with this proposal about mana whenua yet, so I cannot tell you what they think of it. But that has been a deliberate choice, because we all know that mana whenua resources are quite stretched. And I didn't want to take a proposal to them without knowing how our clients felt about it, because it would be very difficult to backtrack from it. So it's really important that we understand your appetite for a setup such as this. So one of the Steve, did you want to take over from here?
Talk about growth. So growth is a really big issue in this whole discussion. We've touched on it just earlier before, and you've probably heard the growth projections that we're currently working to plan towards over the next 30-year period. In the context of North Wellington Pūroro, our planning is based around 47% growth over that next 20 to 25 years. That's a huge increase. It has been growing steadily, but it's a significant uplift. And one of the points I wanted to make was that increase in growth doesn't directly translate to increase in flows or increase in overflows. Firstly, because we can use new plastic pipes. Through good building controls, we can make sure that the stormwater isn't getting into those pipes, isn't overloading it. And we can also put requirements on developments in some cases to hold back the flows that they have during those peak demand times when we might be overflowing further down in the network. So in a number of cases, we've required new developments to put in storage tanks and pumping systems so that they're not adding to the existing issue. We've done some early community engagement in terms of talking about the scale of the issues, the causes of the issues. Touched on before, I think I've seen Councillor Day at the Tawa Community Board, been out around various groups, the Pūroro Harbour Trust, Pūroro City Council many times, and also a public meeting for residents associations, harbour user groups, that's shown in that photograph there. So this is about raising awareness of the issue and just getting some of that community feedback in terms of their aspirations.
We've just put up a quick summary of some of the feedback that we got, basically, and I don't think there'll be anything in there that is a surprise to you. Basically, wastewater overflows are undesirable. Since we've gone through that public engagement, we have been engaging with councils, working our way around our councils, and also preparing for mana whenua engagement. We can meet with the community groups again before we lodge, and I think that would have, we haven't got a detailed engagement plan underway yet for that, but we can certainly do that. The application will also be publicly notified, so there will be an opportunity for people to put in submissions. And I think that the feedback that we get in the submissions will drive what we do with community engagement once we've obtained consent, because that was one of the questions that came through in the written questions, was what are we going to do to keep the community informed and updated about this process. And I think given that we are looking for quite a long-term consent, we'll need to adapt it and respond to that over the lifetime of the consent, but the submissions will be a really good place for us to understand the depth of community desire to be involved and interest, and then we can start formulating plans from there and then just keep adapting them as we go. Right, one last point before we get into questions, just around consent holders. Typically, Wellington Water is the consent holder when we obtain consents on behalf of our clients, but we're all required to play our role in fulfilling the consent, regardless of who the consent holder is. For this one, and it was when I came into this project, the understanding was that Wellington Water would be the consent holder, but I proposed that Wellington City be a consent holder along with Pūroro City to show good faith to Mana Whenua as an asset owner, that this was something that Mana Whenua could believe in, that change was on its way. Through discussions with your council officers, which have been really helpful, we're wondering actually whether we go with a joint consent holder approach where it's Wellington Water, Wellington City and Pūroro, to show that all parties are engaging in this process in good faith, and that Mana Whenua can sign up to this process, because we really need Mana Whenua to sign up to the process so that we can obtain consent.
That's the end of our slide pack and our presentation. So I'll probably stop sharing and open to the questions.
Well, thanks very much, guys. We do have a few questions, we also had one which I think you've addressed in the discussion around how the community might participate in the joint council Mana Whenua collaboration. Is that part of your sort of thinking, that community might be able to participate in that, or is that?
What we're trying to do is set up the consent to respond quite directly to Mana Whenua concerns, and so that collaborative committee would be Mana Whenua members and council representatives. There can be community engagement below that, and there would be like flows of information from the collaborative committee into the community, and then flows of information from the community back up to the collaborative committee. But it's not expected that community members would sit on that committee, because it's really important that we make sure that Mana Whenua's role as kaitiaki is front and centre of this consent.
So,
okay, thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. A couple of questions more on the finance side, but investment implications slide that you had, you showed that wastewater renewals cost of 110 million. Is this just for this part of the network, or is that across the Wellington City Council network?
That was across the City Council network.
Okay.
How it gets divided up is needs to be worked through.
Oh, okay. It's just I'm just a bit confused, because in our LTP for wastewater capital costs, we were spending 330 million over 10 years for wastewater. So you may not be able to answer me now, but I'm just curious to make sure that, are we using the same set of figures? If you could just come back to me on that.
Yeah, I will need to come back to you on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, was the figure that you've got 330?
Yeah, according to our long-term plan for over 10 years, and this is capital cost, we were spending 330 million on wastewater, 83 million on stormwater, but I'm assuming this is all wastewater.
Was that all renewals, or was it just all wastewater?
It might have been all wastewater, so it may not just be renewals. So that would
that'll cover. They typically break down to probably level of service improvements and growth.
Okay.
And as well as renewing the existing assets.
We will come back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's fine, thank you. And I know you talked about growth and then some mitigations that you could enable for when properties are developed, like holding tanks and that, but that actually does even add to the cost of building housing. And so just wondering, how are you connected in with our district plan team? Because obviously our council's going out with a new district plan to accommodate growth, but how are you dovetailing into those conversations, discussions?
You know, we're pretty tightly connected. We've got our own growth team, and we have pretty regular discussions on that implication. You know, obviously, everyone's sensitive to the cost of building, but it's a balance of, you know, something that might be quicker to achieve and locally achievable, benefiting the wider good.
Yeah. Okay, and just one final question. Did you mention the MFC car park that had a million litre tank?
The Michael Fowler Centre.
Oh, okay, because I was going to say we're going to be building on that car park, and I just thought I was.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
There's a few discussions going on about how they can build over that tank without impacting it. Yes.
All right. Oh, so that's an aspect. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Cheers, Councillor Day, then Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you for running us through that. It is obviously quite a complex process. I think you can see from the decision making that we've previously made that there'll be a strong appetite for supporting mana whenua to have a central voice in this process. I guess my question for you is, through that process, do you feel that there will be genuine space for mana whenua to add and change things as needed? Because obviously their values have been very clearly stated around you know, no exceptions to where wastewater goes. Do you feel that this process will open that up, that they can actually participate actively?
I'm really, really hopeful. I can't look into the future and say that this is going to be good, but I have to admit this committee is one of the things I'm actually most excited about in my work at Wellington Water, because I think it's really important that mana whenua are given the space and the resourcing to do their roles as kaitiaki. And I can see this committee being a really good vehicle for them to do that and to escalate the issues that we have and bring them into wider community discussions than currently happens. I think the thing that is concerning me most is, as I alluded to, that mana whenua are very stretched in terms of resourcing. So we are putting quite a bit of effort into working with them generally to make sure that we support them in the water space as best that we can. It's been a big area of change in my couple of years at Wellington Water. And I'm really hopeful that this will be another big step forward.
And I guess it's probably important to have a plan for if mana whenua don't support, you know, when it comes to the end of the process, because we can't achieve, you know, an adequate outcome. You know, what happens then?
I think it depends on why they can't support it. So I haven't actually got a detailed plan that I can give you at this stage. If they can't support it because they don't have the resources and they don't want to prioritise this above other work, then I suspect we'll fall back on a more typical approach of just when we're coming up with our plans, consulting with them and just seeing how they respond to them and feeding that information into our processes. If they don't want to do it this way because they've got other ways that it should be run, then we'll sit down and work that through with them and see what it looks like.
And I guess, you know, if we work it through and they get to the point where they don't support the consent, what does that mean for the process?
If they don't support the consent, I think our chances of getting a resource consent are quite slim, which leaves several parties open to overflows continuing without a consent in place, which is quite challenging. And I would like to think that if they get to that point, that we will still continue to work with them about improving overflows outside the consent process until they begin to build up trust in us, so that they are willing to engage with us.
And so really you're saying you want to get an indication of support from this council that, you know, we support that process going forward. I guess as a councillor, I'm wondering, you know, if we can support in principle that mana whenua actually co-construct that process with you. Is that something that you think that you could work through if we can give that indication?
Yeah, I've come up with a process, or Wellington Water has come up with a process, but I think the important thing is that mana whenua are represented, but also that that council's role as asset owner and investor is represented as well. So I think the process has to reflect those two big roles. And so we've come up with one way of doing it, but I'm not wedded to it. If there are other ways of doing it that are more suitable, then let's do them.
And by having the structure that you've proposed, would you consider that the community has a voice through the elected members that will be put on the committee at that level as well?
I think there'll be a number of different avenues. Certainly the councillors who are on there will be able to represent their communities. And I think, mana whenua reps will be representing people who are out in the communities, and people who are upset about wastewater overflows often come in, and they talk to people like Steve and they talk to people like Colin, and we'll be feeding all that information in. There'll be a lot of information going into this committee.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora.
Councillor Calvert, you seem to have jumped ahead of Councillor O'Neill somehow. I don't know how you prioritise yourself like that. I must find out, but I remember it was Councillor O'Neill that was next. Then we'll go to Councillor Free, Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I had similar parties to Councillor Day, so I asked the other ones. What has Pūroro City Council's feedback been on this paper that you're bringing to us today? Have they been spoken to about it?
Yes. Yeah, and they were generally supportive of the approach.
Cool. I chatted to a Pūroro City councillor that was quite interested in this paper just in the last few days, and I guess his concern was to what extent Wellington Water had met with Ngāti Toa on just this specific item. So I know that you spoke about in your presentation that you wanted to gauge from both the territorial authorities on this, but do you kind of have an appetite, or what learnings have you had with your ongoing relationship with Ngāti Toa around this process going forward? What's important to them?
Well, Mahinga, as I talked about in the presentation, Mahinga Kai is the lens that they are putting on all the work that comes through from Wellington Water to see whether it will improve Mahinga Kai and Te Awarua o Pūroro. So we're very aware of that. We work, Steve in particular, I think works quite closely with Ngāti Toa around the treatment plant, and there's been some good process learnings there.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of engagement through the Te Awarua Pūroro Paitoa process, which there was a Wellington City rep at the time, and Ngāti Toa and Pūroro City, of course. So yeah, this is not a new issue. It's just one that's sort of gaining profile and momentum.
Yeah, cool. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to add, we are preparing for engagement with mana whenua in the next month or two, and we're expecting that to be a reasonably lengthy process, not just a case of us swooping in and showing them something and then expecting that they'll sign off on it. We're expecting it to take several months with a large number of meetings.
Yep, cool, thank you. I also read the Pūroro Whaitoa report as well. I just wanted to touch on a different topic. During the presentation, you spoke about accidental connections between people's private laterals, and my understanding of the Titahi Bay poo situation is that a lot of the overflow comes out from illegal joinments. I just wanted to seek your assurance that we aren't just focusing on the networks we do know about, but are actively investigating illegal joinments and discharges into Titahi Bay. Even though this is my bay, I'm very aware of it.
Yeah, no, it's a complicated and difficult process actually finding these old illegal connections, and some of them, to be fair, are historic connections that have been made, and when the property passes over through hands, it can be quite difficult to unravel some of the history. So we did in Titahi Bay in particular. We've sent, well, both Wellington City and Pūroro City have funded a private drainage investigation crew who are dedicated in looking at private property issues of stormwater to wastewater and vice versa. So they've been around, they targeted through a whole series of sampling, targeted an area in Titahi Bay, did close inspections, put cameras up, pipes, blew smoke through, put dye down, and found quite a significant number of faults. I think it was close to 30% of properties that they in that targeted area had faults, and so we're working with the property owners to try and get those resolved as quickly as we can. And that's probably a more detailed form of the process that we've been doing for a number of years, where we have crews who go onto private property and look for faults and require the homeowners to resolve those faults, which most people are happy to do the right thing. Not everyone is, but yeah, we get pretty good success.
Cool, thank you. It's good to get the detail on that. And then one last part, how far away are we from prioritising wastewater overflow into storage tanks so that we can actually achieve zero overflows? I guess that is the ambition that was shared by Ngāti Toa in the presentation you just showed us, but how far away are we from adding, I guess, a few more safety nets before the ambulance at the bottom of the harbour?
Yeah, well, we're working pretty hard on a big 7 million litre storage tank just north of the Pūroro railway station at the moment. So that's been through through the planning process in terms of designating the land and the design process, and so that's due to start construction within the next year or so, to make a significant step forward on one of our most frequent and largest overflow points into that harbour. So yeah, work is underway. We're not just waiting for the consent process to go through, which is is one approach, but yeah, Pūroro City and Wellington City, to be fair, we're pushing forward with some of those improvement works that we can do.
Cool, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you. This is all really interesting information. We've obviously got some work ahead of us, but I'm just reflecting on the earlier information about 132 wastewater overflows, and now I've seen your picture. It could be as simple as popped covers, and maybe the not necessarily that the waste goes very far. So I've got two questions. Can we have a breakdown geographically as to where these 132 overflows in the last quarter have actually geographically been cited? And would this give a kind of a typical view?
Yeah, we can. We've now got a system where we can map them and do heat maps of frequency of overflows. So we can put that request through to our customer group.
Rather than, can we have a little bit of a summary of your thinking about this too? Like, are we typically seeing these more minor wastewater overflows? Are we typically seeing them in some areas of Wellington? And I guess my question is, is there any relationship to the trees or tree roots or other systemic things that the city could actually work on doing better in the future to try and future-proof some of this?
Tree roots are a big challenge. I think Pūroro would be our biggest challenge in this space. I think I touched on before that it is widespread. It is around the place, and we seek to do planned preventative maintenance where we can. But the scale and extent is just a bit wider than we can keep on top of.
And another question is, if we aim for zero dry weather overflows, would it be more sensible to make that a measure where there's actually been a significant impact of the dry weather overflow? So rather than just recording these pop lids where the waste might just locally be spilled around and then you get your van and you fix it and you clean your tree roots, which possibly isn't the dry weather overflow we really want to know about. Would it be more sensible to have a measure of how many have impacted by flowing into the stormwater system or flowing into a receiving environment like the sea or a river, and really focus on getting those down to zero?
Yes, certainly. I mean, you can look at it. Sometimes it's a bit subjective because there aren't well-defined measures either through DIA or nationally. I think that's one of the things that the government signalled that they want to get better on. You try and compare things across regional councils, and each council has regional council, I'm talking the regulator, it can have different ways of measuring it. So one of the things Tamata Arowai is working on over the next couple of years is some better and more meaningful performance measures for stormwater and wastewater to address this type of concern, because we do change the way we measure things every now and again, and then it gets hard to get long-term trends on these things. Sometimes these overflows we don't know exactly when they've started, and so it can be murky in terms of quantifying them. You can't often measure the flow apart from eyeballing it. But yeah, it's certainly something I think can be improved and worked on.
Yeah, just if we're talking about an approach for Wellington, I can see we'll never get to zero if it's all the little things that inevitably will go wrong and just need a bit of a fix, rather than the more systemic things. And just on the Moa Point treatment plant, have we got enough capacity in that plant going forward? Otherwise, we are going to inevitably have quite serious overflows going forward, and not just.
Sarah, that's not part of this conversation.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I will ask that question offline in that case. I do
well,
want to
we're
know.
talking
We
about
are talking
the
about
consenting
wastewater.
process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll accept that one as beyond the remit of this discussion. I'll hold it for another day. But thank you.
Mayor Foster.
Look, thanks. I'm going to start where the Deputy Mayor finished off with, which is about the first of all, the aspiration to get to zero. And so our definition of dry weather overflows is every single little one, like the one you showed in the photo there. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's
right.
On the basis that wastewater should not be escaping the system at all.
Okay, and so that means when I look at the picture that you also showed us of all the various different ways of interconnections, not just from the public system, but more likely actually, or as likely, the private system as well. That means we'd have to get every single one of those fixed to get to that point.
To get to zero, yes. Yeah.
Okay. What happens if at the end of this process, consent is? You kind of alluded to that. If either mana whenua say, actually no, we're not supporting the consent as is, or whatever the reason is, the consent gets declined, short of stopping toilets and showers and everything else, which isn't going to happen, obviously. What happens then?
It would mean that when we overflow into the environment, that we're doing it without a resource consent. So we're discharging in a way that's not consistent with the Resource Management Act, and we would be open to enforcement action from Greater Wellington Regional Council. If that happened, my advice to Wellington City Council and Pūroro City Council would be to just continue on almost as if you had the resource consent anyway. To do the best that you can, so that if there was enforcement action, we could show that we were taking good steps to prevent it happening again.
In other words, we're doing everything we can, but if you're asking for the impossible, then it's still impossible regardless of what rules you put in place. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I think the plan doesn't ask us to reduce them down to zero. The plan asks us to show meaningful, progressive reduction in the overflows. And that's what this is set up for.
Well, thank you. The second one is just, and I see the comments from both Councillor Wolf and Michelle online. Can you think about a way of having, and like I get the absolute support mana whenua involvement, can you think about a way which is not just that the wider community, you also have a really huge interest in these things, does get to have a meaningful contribution? And I've got to say that while our community elect us, we don't always, that sometimes they actually like to say things for themselves rather than to have to say things through us. So if I can ask you to have a bit of a think about how you actually do that in a way which sort of respects the community voice as well.
Yeah, I think we have to respect the community voice. I'm not going to answer that in detail today, and it might be some months beyond before we do come back to you on that.
Okay, no, I'm merely asking you to think about that. Okay. That is cool. I think it's probably the only things that I think there's one other thing, but I can't remember what it was. So the storage tank you said north of Pūroro railway station. That's, did you say $7 million or 7 million litre?
7 million litres. I think
and the purpose
just over $40 million.
Okay, right. And the purpose of that is to catch surplus wastewater in wet weather conditions from.
Yeah. So we call it an offline storage tank. So normally it's empty, but when there's enough flow in the system that it's about to overflow into the harbour, that we pump it up into a offline storage tank instead. We fill the tank as much as it needs to or has capacity, and then we put that wastewater back into the network and send it through to the treatment plant.
Okay. On $1 per litre one that makes Omaroro look good?
I haven't done the comparison.
Thanks.
Slightly different contents.
Councillor Pennant, then Councillor Condie.
Thanks. Look, sorry, it was just back to a prior paper, but I got the papers wrong. Why is the Stormwater Committee only meeting once a year now?
I got a bit more clarity about that actually in one of the breaks. There have been 2 stormwater committees over the last few years. So there was a stormwater working party, I think, that I think we'll need to come back to you with the detail on that one, to be honest, because I am fumbling around a wee bit. So is it all right if we come back to you later on?
Yeah, that's fine. I guess I just think that's a learning process, because I did have some interaction with that community, and including people who are experts in water, and they did find it a very frustrating process. And I guess that one of the concerns they raised is they did not support a global stormwater consent. And I personally will not be supporting a global wastewater consent unless I've got some really strong independent verification that this will meet best environmental practices now that, you know, we're 2022. So I guess my question is around, what have you learned from that global stormwater consent? And how will we know that high environmental standards will be met? And also, I just want to understand, sorry if I've missed it, but just the costs in dealing, the financial costs in dealing with the overflows.
So we had a couple of slides on the financial costs of dealing with the overflows.
Well, noting that the costs of dealing with the overflows depend on the consent and the level of service standard that's chosen.
So sorry, can you just go over? So what's the top, if we do a really good exceptional job, which was what we need to do, what's the money concerned?
That would be billions. It right. Totally depends on how far you want to go with these things, how far you can justify and go when you're balancing other priorities and commitments.
Okay. And so you're learning from the global stormwater consent?
So what particular?
Well, I want to know, you're wanting to do the same sort of thing. It does give you quite sweeping authorities. I hear that, you know, you're bringing mana whenua into the process properly. I just want to know whether this time we're going to see better outcomes, because we certainly haven't fixed stormwater. The other thing too, have you considered some sort of programs to bring or to train suitable people from mana whenua too, so that they can bring their knowledge but also technical knowledge from an engineering perspective on board, so that you've got Ngāti Toa with their own expertise, like a way around that, just to make sure that the advice is good?
So we've got we've had an independent mana whenua engagement consultancy go through our application in quite a bit of detail, and one of the recommendations that they made was that while we had quite good you know, at the steering group level, while we had quite good representation there, we needed to make more space for Motoranga Maori experts to come in at lower levels and feed that information through Wellington Water, and that'll be really valuable to us. So we were actually thought that was really good recommendations. So, and we will be paying for that time. So we will be supporting in that space, and hopefully working with mana whenua to upskill some of their rangatahi in that space. So I think that is that question. In terms of the global stormwater consent, that was a slightly different process. That was set up as a 5-year consent so that we could go out and collect information. And that 5-year process is about halfway through now. So we're starting to think about the stage 2 consent, and that's the one where big improvements are meant to be made. In terms of impacts on the environment, the global stormwater consent is the one where we will improving the stormwater quality, where it picks up all the heavy metals and all the nutrients. That's where we'll see the big environmental impacts, rather than in the wastewater consent.
And depending on the amount of money we spend, you'd be able to give us an assurance of the level of environmental protection that it would give.
So complex.
It's quite a complex question, because we're still operating in quite new areas for New Zealand. New Zealand hasn't worked particularly hard in the water quality space for a long time. And so they're quite new levels of service that we're having to work in. So we can take it away and have a look and see if we can come up with something for you on that.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, I've got your hand up, but is that a historic one? Yes, Councillor Condi.
Thanks, Councillor Rush. This is actually probably a question for our officers. I noted in the paper it said that our officers are yet to agree to an approach to this. So I would just be really keen to hear your advice on the approach that's proposed here by Wellington Water whether you support it, what further work you think needs to happen.
Yep. Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, as highlighted when I introduced this paper, there's still a lot of work for us to do with Wellington Water on defining an approach that we can support. So this paper was prepared for information purposes and to really socialise the context and provide the background to this. There's quite a lot of, I'm not going to say, I won't use the pun, water's going to the bridge. There's a lot of water's going to the bridge on this. So yeah, we have yet to work through the detail with Wellington Water to come to a position that we can present to you. That's likely to be the next 6 months or so.
So we should then expect a more detailed paper to come back to us in the future with setting this out, because I do think, you know, I've been left with a lot of questions about just the details of the consent process, the consent conditions that are being proposed, how they compare to the existing consent conditions, how they compare to other TAs, as Councillor Pannett raised, the global consent approach versus site-by-site approaches, the reducing consented overflows over time. I just feel like I hear the Wellington Water, you're asking kind of for us to say we agree with the approach, but I feel like I don't, at this point, have enough information to understand what I would be agreeing to. Maybe you could, if you could be clearer.
And just to be clear, Jenny, the paper isn't asking for a decision. It is a noting paper and it is to be provided for information only.
Yeah. Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions for Wellington Water. Just in terms of the damage done to the harbour, what's worse on a sort of long-standing basis? Is it the sediment that is coming into the harbour, or is it the wastewater that periodically flows into it?
I'd say that's they're different effects. You couldn't give a straight answer.
Okay. I'm just, I mean, maybe this is something I take offline with Liz, but I'm interested in the Waihanga Kai discussion, and noting that actually I've just done a bit of Googling, cockle numbers are right up. I mean, what does the Ngāti Toa mean by that? How many people are we feeding? What marine life, that sort of stuff?
Well, I mean, with respect to marine impact, the viruses and other microbiological contaminants in the wastewater can accumulate and fill the feeders and, you know, hang around for weeks, which, you know, can then be transferred to people by making them sick if they consume them. So that's the sort of the public health answer. Is from the cultural perspective, I'd have to defer to Liz, obviously.
Yeah. I think that answers from my point of view anyway. Okay, Liz.
Could I just say that, and I don't know if this answers your question, Sean, but I grew up on the Kaimoana from Pūroro Harbour. We would have had at least 3 or 4 meals a week out of the harbour. So we're not talking about a problem that's hundreds of years old. This is a problem that we have created, and I believe that we can resolve it. But we need to be clear about what our focus is, not all of this a bed each way sort of thing, just to cover off on certain things. We need to be clear and be aspirational and say, no, we're not going to accept any more overflows into our environment, into our harbour, polluting everything. But I just wanted to let you know, and I'm old, but I'm not that old, Sean.
Not at all. Well, thanks for that, Liz. I think that ends the questions. Finding my speaker notes.
Sean, it is 1 o'clock. I'm just wondering if we could have our break now, unless people want to keep going. But we have been sitting for a bit.
I think that's a perfectly fine request, and I'm comfortable with that. And we get something to eat, because there are a couple more papers. They're not big ones.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask, if there's a big debate on this, it's one thing. If there isn't, then we can let all the Wellington Water folk go and keep fixing things up.
Well,
Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
There are amendments.
It's probably a half hour.
Oh, okay. It's a noting paper.
Well, I've seen an amendment come up, and
We've been, and just to say, we have been asked to give some indication of our support, so it might not be a bad thing to state what that is.
Well, I'm happy to push ahead, to be honest. I'm happy to move the paper.
I think we need a break, Chair. I think we do need a break.
Okay, well, let's take a
45-minute break.
Well, that would be lunch, wouldn't it?
Well, it is lunch. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock.
Okay, well, let's have lunch then. All right. Back at 1:45.
Kia ora, Councillor Rush.
Yep.
Do you need us to come back at 1:45, 45 minutes, yeah?
I'm afraid so, yeah.
No worries, just wanted that clarity. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean.
I do wonder whether we need Wellington Water to come back.
Sean, you're still on air.
I know, I'm sort of like talking out loud to everybody. Anyway,
you could say no more questions. You could just say no more questions after lunch. We've had ample time.
Well, it's kind of why I wanted to move the paper, because that would have, yeah, anyway.
Agreed. It's just inefficient.
No more questions after lunch, and that will allow Wellington Water to get on with their business. Okay, Julie?
Yeah, you're the chair.
Thanks.
So, is that permission to go and get on with our business?
Yeah, get on with your business. It's a direction.
Thank you. Thank you very
Cheers.
much for all your comments and questions. We've got some actions. We'll get on to those. Thank you.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Sean.
Hello.
I'll probably leave the hui after this paper, if that's all right.
Understood. I really appreciate you making the effort to join us so far.
You sound terrible, Liz.
Yeah, I'm terrible too.
You need to go to bed after this, okay?
I'll send you some cockles.
What?
I'll send you some cockles or some tuatua.
Hey, not out of Pūroro Harbour.
Otaki Beach is still full of shellfish. It's just amazing how much you can gather there. And the fish and chip shop's got some good stuff too. Anyway, well, it's 1:45. Do we have quorum?
We do have quorum.
Okay, so I realised that we'd really finished up with Q&A for officers, so I let Wellington Water go. So I was about to move the paper, and I know that there are some amendments. So if everyone's okay, we'll get going. Item 3.2. Yeah, I'm happy to move the paper. We've got a seconder. Yeah. There is I suppose, well, I'm hearing this will come up in the amendment. So anyway, so I just want to say thanks to Wellington Water for coming and showing us their approach to the consenting process. I share their enthusiasm for collaborating with iwi, and I thought it was really helpful actually hearing from Liz around what's the expectations are around seafood, and how the deterioration in that harbour has now meant that we don't see that sort of marine life that we all want to see. I would say that I suppose on a happier note in Wellington, although it's not perfect there, we see orca swimming in regularly and eating their mahanga kai, which tends to be octopus. And I saw a number of fellas on Evans Bay Parade hauling in kawai after kawai on Sunday, which does suggest that things can be better, and we can make the difference pretty quickly. So I just want to commend this paper. I had thought about making an amendment substantive around the collaborative committee approach, because I felt that reading the table, that would be something we would endorse. But I know that I think Councillor Day's got an amendment that will cover some of that anyway. So I'll leave that for now, but I will happily move this paper as it is. And I think seconding was Councillor Paul. Thank you very much.
No, I don't think Councillor Paul wants to second it. I'm happy to second it, or Councillor Matthews offered as well.
Sorry, it was Councillor Matthews. You're right. Appreciate. Councillor Paul, you're in early. Nice to see you and hear from you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kia ora, everyone. Nice to see and hear from you all. Yeah. So introducing my amendments. Letitia, have you got those two amendments?
Yes, I'll put them up now.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Yeah. Kia ora, everyone. So keep this quick. Basically, these amendments, they're pretty obvious. The reason I'm moving them is because Liz is Mauiwi. She's sick at the moment, as we all heard, but these have been inspired by her questioning this morning, and it was really actually quite inspiring to hear that passion and to read Ngāti Toa's stance on this issue. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You wouldn't put a sewage pond next to an orchard. You wouldn't put a countdown at a dump. And this harbour is a place where historically people have collected kai for hundreds of years, and we want to honour that and protect that and ensure that
You turn yourself off, Councillor Paul.
Oh my gosh, sorry. That was a bit of a boomer move. Yeah, I was just thanking Councillor Day for crafting the second part of this amendment, and I know that she'll talk to that. So yeah, kia ora, it's pretty clear what it says, but just want to say wholeheartedly support Ngāti Toa and their stances of protecting their whaitua. Kia ora.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Paul. I was just trying to find the language of the amendment. Councillor Condi, you're going to speak?
I have a question about the amendment, but I'm happy to go after the seconder has spoken if you'd like.
Sorry, Councillor Day, did you second?
Me seconding, is it?
Sorry, Liz. Yeah, it's you.
There's a seconding, but I'm happy to speak to it too. I think it might be a question from Councillor Condi that.
Sorry, Liz, would you like to speak now or speak later, or just not at all? Let Jenny ask questions.
Yeah, can I just reserve the right to speak
Sure,
later?
you sure can. Yep.
All right. Shall I go on then, Councillor Rush?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Condi. Yes, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Siobhan, I just want to understand what your advice and any views you have about this phrase that's in here, that do whatever it takes. Do we have any idea about what that might involve, what this might be committing us to, and what advice do you think that you would like to be able to provide to us before we were to make a decision like that?
Yes, so the phrase "whatever it takes" is just extremely broad. I think if you just cast your mind back to the presentation, which had the S-curve of diminishing returns, you would see that there could be potential to obviously spend significant amounts of money to achieve this objective, and we're talking in the billions. I think for the 1 in 6 months example they showed in Auckland, it was going to cost upwards of $1 billion. So having such a broad, do whatever it takes, we could be, it's just puts us in a very difficult position. But what I would suggest we can do, and what we actually have asked Wellington Water to do, is to, where we had that S-curve, actually start quantifying what that is. So how much can you do? If you're going to do 1 in 6 months, what does that actually cost? 1 in 12, up to that 1 in 25. So I think whatever we do, we have to be informed by some appropriate analysis in that regard.
Thank you.
Councillor Day?
I don't have any questions, but is it speaking now? Are we up to?
Oh, well,
to debate?
So, well, I've got some questions, I suppose, and I thought that the question by Councillor Conley is fine. Just on the amendment, there's an add-on, so I've just been trying to find it, about things being consistent with the Treaty of Waitangi and with UNDRIP. And I think that's an incredibly controversial statement, which only the finest legal minds of our country could really give advice on. So I'm sort of like looking for officer advice about, is that something that, we're okay to sort of like embrace? Because UNDRIP's got 46 articles, the final one of which says, none of the above is supposed to be, influence or break up or to divide up sovereign decision making that's kind of in place at the moment. That's a paraphrase, by the way. And the treaty sort of talks about
that question. Sorry, Chair.
It is a question, but who's he asking it to is the question, because I don't know if anyone knows the their answer.
Well, anyway, it's probably a question that can't be answered by officers.
Apologies, Sean. What is the question?
So the proposed amendment, paragraph 2 by Councillor Day, has a supplemental sentence which talks about this being consistent with the Treaty of Waitangi and with the United Nations Declaration on the Indigenous Rights. And I'd just like officer advice on whether that's the case.
I think everything we do has to try and be consistent with the Treaty of Waitangi.
So you think co-governance is consistent with the Treaty of Waitangi?
So
it's an unfair question. Yeah. All right, leave it. Councillor Day, are you asking a question now or you're speaking?
I think Mayor Foster might have a question. He's you're on mute, Mayor Foster.
Still on mute, Mayor Foster. Careful, Georgina's watching.
Can't hear us.
Yeah, thanks. This is the joy that I'm constantly disrupted by other people. But of course, she didn't pick any of that up, but never mind. So can you put the recommendation up, or the amendment up on the screen again? So, Mr. Chair, I completely understand the sentiments there. So the first bit of that, the all overflows are unacceptable. I'm assuming from the advice that we had before, Siobhan, that a lot of those dry weather flows, actually, or most of those dry weather flows don't go anywhere near waterways. Is that, are we on safe ground there, or is that potentially risky ground?
Well, I think given what we've seen from Wellington Water, we can assume that.
We can assume which one? Safe or risky?
Safe.
Safe. Okay. So the issue there is simply that curve of what gets discharged or doesn't.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Is that?
Thank you.
The extent of the questions. Okay. Anyone
That's all
else?
I needed to know. Yep.
Questions. So we'll move to debate, I think is the way it's phrased by others. And Councillor Day, you're first up.
Kia ora koutou. So I want to begin by thanking Liz Kelly and Councillor Paul for bringing the amendment around Ngāti Toa's position on the state of our waterways up in this part of the city. I think it's really important that we are really clear that that is what stands. And I thank Liz Kelly for sharing that with us, and her honesty and clarity around how that has changed over time and how we mustn't accept that going forward. I do think that we should be aspiring for zero, and I think there's nothing wrong with saying that that's an aspiration. I think what we have to do is then be honest about when we fail and why we fail. But I actually think it's really important that we are clear that our aspiration is not to have overflows that go into the harbour. So I don't think there's anything wrong with having that aspiration and stating that, and I think we should be doing everything we can, and where we can't, we have to be clear with the community about why we can't, because the community trusts us to make the best decisions we can and would hope that we're doing everything we possibly can. So this actually gives us the opportunity to be clear with the community when we are failing, why we are failing. So very, very supportive of the approach of that amendment. And then for the other amendment, really just that's a response to the presentation from the Wellington Water staff and getting an indication that they would like to understand our level of support for the approach that they put forward, which I absolutely support. And it's really exciting to hear a Wellington Water staff member say that this approach excites them about going to work. And I think that means, you know, we've got people who are really welcoming moving into an unknown space and trying to work together with Ngāti Toa in this case to actually reach the aspirations of Ngāti Toa, which we know is actually the aspirations of the community, the local community around. And actually, I know that it's really hard for the community in Titahi Bay who see that outcome, but I know that living in the northern suburbs of Wellington that we are actually uncomfortable with what we put into that harbour and into the waterways, and that actually as a community we want to know what we can do to improve that as well. And I do think there is an important part to play in education, because I do think that people don't always realise that their what they put into their sewer pipes does overflow and go into our waterways. I think a lot of people just don't understand that. So we do have some work to do there. And as far as acknowledging Te Tiriti o Waitangi, I think it's really clear and it's really important that this is actually how we see it in action. And I acknowledge the community want to have a say and be part of it, but there are processes for that. Obviously, there will be elected members involved, and that is the job of elected members, is representing community. So they will be working with the community groups, and obviously, Ngāti Toa will be keen to hear from local community as well through that process. But I think we have to acknowledge that under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, there were promises to be able to work in partnership to make decisions over significant I don't want to call it resources, over the Wai, over our water, and actually that has been promised for generations, and if it had actually been played out, we wouldn't be in this situation. So I think it feels right, and I think it's really important that we state our support now so that Wellington Water can go off with confidence and get on with this mahi and co-design with Ngāti Toa, because I think actually it's important that Ngāti Toa can say what will work from a Te Ao Māori context.
I'm talking about Victoria.
Me Foster, you're not on mute.
Foster, you're on. This time, mute yourself.
Now I've lost my train of thought. So I think it's important that that Ngāti Toa are able to help determine the appropriate path, and it's good to have a starting point of the collaborative committee might be the way to go, but through the discussions there may be a better avenue that's worked out, and I think it's great to hear that Wellington Water staff are really open to seeing what that is. So I really look forward to councillors supporting this, and look forward to some improvements in our waterways. Kia ora.
Anyone else? Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thanks to those who have brought these amendments. I absolutely support Ngāti Toa's comments that any overflows into our water and our Wai is unacceptable, and certainly support working towards that as an aspiration. I won't be supporting that amendment, however, because I don't think I can't support the phrase "do whatever it takes" when we don't actually know what that might involve, and it might be upwards of $1 billion. I totally support that this is something that we need to start working on now. It's something that's going to take a long period of time, and we need to start to get to grips with what is going to be required and involved, and we need to get going on that. But I think I just can't support the "do whatever it takes" phrase. I'm very happy to support the second part of the amendment. I think it's wonderful to have the idea of a collaborative committee where mana whenua Ngāti Toa are going to be there and part of these conversations. I think that's really important, that they are able to be at the table and really driving those conversations. So I'm happy to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condi. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Look, I am going to support both amendments, but I have said to Councillor Paul, we have other obligations to meet under Te Tiriti. We don't have an open checkbook for everything. There are other things. The water needs so much more work done on it. So I think Councillor Day's comments were helpful in terms of just saying it's aspirational, but as long as it is understood that we have so many other issues to deal with, that we will have to make some quite careful decisions. I acknowledge that there has been historical wrongdoing. Liz Kelly's point about that you could actually feed yourself from this waterway is powerful, but nevertheless that's where we are at now. We can't go back in time, and there is a system problem here too. Even the Environment Court hasn't been particularly helpful. The council hasn't been particularly helpful in terms of taking a very conservative approach to spending money. So I think what we should do is apologise. I think it's exciting that we will have, rather than just a water consultative committee, we will have mana whenua in the driving seat, making sure that it meets their aspirations, and that we will do much, much, much better for our environment going forward. So thank you to the mover and the seconder. I think this has been a good discussion to have.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant. Councillor Calvert.
I've really appreciated having this Kelly from Ngāti Toa on this committee. I find her advice very pragmatic and sage, and for this suggestion to come from her from the place she's from, I take that with full seriousness. And look, we don't know what it's going to take, but really we should be putting our effort into getting our water infrastructure sorted. I mean, that's what Wellingtonians are telling us. And this is a clear sign saying we're going to fix problems. So I will be supporting these amendments, and I think Ngāti Toa should be at the forefront of any decision making in this. They've got the skills, and but it's also for their land and their people. So I will be supporting these.
Mayor Foster.
Yeah, thanks, and sorry for the interruption before. I'm with Councillor Condi. I'm going to support the second one, but not the first one. I think that whatever it takes is a pretty scary number. I've seen that before, and whatever it takes when we did, and it wasn't even the same level of whatever it takes when we did that on the South Coast, it's ended up costing us, and it'll keep on costing the community literally hundreds of millions of dollars. And we, as somebody else has said already, we do have to weigh up all the other things that we need to do. The other thing, I completely agree with the idea of aspiring for zero, and if that's what the wording said, I will be comfortable with that. But whatever it takes, I think, is the bit that concerns me, because we aspire for zero in quite a number of other areas as well. And if we are genuinely seeking to get to zero and determined to get to zero across a whole range of different things, I just can't see our community being able to. Well, I can't see our community being able to afford that, let alone to be able to live, probably. And the other thing I just wanted to raise there is, well, two other things. One is I'd really like some scientific advice around the impacts of any discharges and what level of discharges cause impacts for Waihanga kai. I think that would be really valuable to get that as part of whatever conversation that we have through this process. And the final one is just to mention Three Waters. So let's assume that Three Waters goes ahead in the next couple of years. It'll probably take all of that time for these consents to be being worked through, which means that they will then land on the lap in some shape or form on the lap of the entity governing everywhere from Gisborne to Tasman. And they are going to have to make some decisions about what the priorities are. And they're going to be facing this up and down the whole of the jurisdiction as to what levels they're going to aspire to. And I guess if we're looking at 120 to 180 billion dollars across the country, maybe we're just increasing that number to somewhere north of 200.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to speak in tautokering Councillor Day, Councillor Paul and Liz Kelly's mahi on this. I know that the three of them have all been acutely aware, in particular focused on other things in our community like Three Waters reforms. But I think, as Liz Kelly said earlier, pushing us out to Three Water reforms is not really an answer. And for our natural environment and our ecological emergency, Mayor Foster, we know we can't live without the natural environment. And so I guess for me, that's why I'm comfortable with the wording of do whatever it takes, because at the moment we are in a crisis type position. And I just, once again wanted to acknowledge our neighbours at Pūroro City Council who have been shining the light on this, and in particular the residents of Titahi Bay and other people that have been, having to put up with this for such a long time. And I guess the Wellington City Council's intention today is to support our neighbours and standing up and standing with Ngāti Toa. And I'd just like to thank the mover, the seconder, and all the people that have worked on this.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, just very briefly, I just want to thank Councillors Paul and Day and Liz Kelly for this amendment. I think it's important to say what we mean, and whatever it takes is appropriate in my view. We shouldn't compromise from the outset. It's visionary and it's appropriate, and I wish that we'd done more of this when it came to our water infrastructure.
Thank you. Liz, you've got you're entitled to wait for others to finish speaking before you have your say as the seconder of the motion. Now, I'm going to say a few words, but
yeah, I can wait.
Do you want to wait for that? Because you might want to listen to it, but you might not want to. So, like some of the others, I'm perfectly comfortable with I guess, the main intention of the two amendments. So I'm just trying to find them, and every time I do this, but my God, open as a Word document somewhere. Anyway, I guess for the like Councillor Condi and the Mayor as well, the phrasing of as much as possible or words to that effect do remind me, and Councillor Fitzsimons might know a bit about this, about the debate in law between a reasonable endeavours obligation and a best endeavours obligation, where best endeavours means you do actually go and spend whatever it is you've got, and reasonable endeavours does allow you to have a more balanced approach and weighing of things. And I think that the current language is moving towards a best endeavours obligation, and that's one that I'd never counsel any client to accept, and so I'm not going to support that. Otherwise, I do support the first sentence, and very comfortable with that, and actually would be very interested in participating at some level or other. On the second one, similarly, I'm supportive of the main thrust. I think the references to the treaty and to UNDRIP are a bit of a distraction, in the sense that there is controversial interpretations about what that partnership is, Councillor Day. There is a number of things that came out of the 1987 judgment, which I can go into, which I never talked about, such as the principle that the Crown is entitled to govern, and a bunch of other things which are never really articulated. Whether there is a partnership to work over the Wai, as described by Councillor Day, is something which, I don't know, maybe Ms. Kelly might have some knowledge on that. I do know that there were treaty claims about the Wai, and we have done deeds of settlement here in Wellington, so I'm just a little bit unsure and probably would have liked to have looked at it a bit more closely. I think the UN stuff is, my background knowledge in that, having studied it a wee bit, was more directed at self-determination in countries where that would actually be more possible, I suppose. In a mixed country like this, it's very, very difficult for that to happen on a I suppose co-basis, if you like. So I'm just a bit unsure about that too. So I did like the thrust, and I had proposed an amendment actually along these lines to endorse the collaborative community approach, but I'm not going to support these two amendments. Any other speakers? Liz, were you going to speak?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak. I just wanted to say that years ago, a presentation was made to Pūroro City Council that gave us some historic background about why Pūroro Harbour is so contaminated. It was really around whether a decision was to be made with dredging or not. But the interesting thing that we were told in that presentation is that streams naturally meander. So they go like this. And when it does that, that's the natural way that streams filter out contaminants and all the bad stuff, so that once the water from the stream got to the harbour, it would be clean. So what happened is that the stream, which is Pūroro Stream coming from Takapū Road, what happened is that it was straightened. So there was no meandering, there was no room for natural filtration to happen to clear out all of the silts. And to make it even worse, they went and piped areas of the stream, which then just exacerbated it even more. So when that happened, my uncles jumped up and down and said, "You can't do this. You're stuffing up our environment." Now, this was after they had jumped up and down about AC hat-tricks putting their paint and contaminants straight into the harbour. Now, nobody listened, because at the time it was all about money. It was all about money, which is what I'm hearing you say right now, once again, that what if it's $1 million? Well, what I'm saying to you is, what if it is $1 million? What if it is $1 million? We need to fix it, and we need to stop doing what we're doing. And until we make a stand and spend the money to fix it, nothing is going to change. And that's all I'm saying. But I do want to say thank you to everybody who has supported this. But I'm really supportive too that there is support for Ngāti Toa to have a say. Like, we know our land. We've lived here. We've lived off our land. And it's really awesome to hear so much support from people who want to now listen to us. It's a shame they didn't listen. Well, maybe 50 years, 45 years. Yeah, otherwise I'm making myself too old. But if we had have listened then, we wouldn't have the problem that we have now. Now we've got all the silt and contaminants in the harbour. The only real quick fix to cleaning the harbour is dredging, but we can't do that because if we dredge there right now, it just goes and mixes up all of the other contaminants. And what I now see happening, if we let these consent process go through, the same thing's going to happen out at Titahi Bay, and the same thing's going to happen in Moa Point, and I don't know where it's happening in the hut, but I know it's happening all over the country, but we need to stop it. That's basically what I'm saying. Kia ora.
Thanks, Liz. Much appreciated. Right, a reply, I think.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you so much, Liz, for that kōrero. Really powerful, moving. That's exactly why we're doing this. Just quickly, just wanted to highlight two thanks to the Deputy Mayor and to Liz Kelly for including all waterways and all Wellington catchments in the amendment too. Just wanted to specifically refer to that. Just on the whatever it takes phrasing, I mean, you just heard there right there from Liz. I mean, if you're prepared to do whatever it takes to honour mana whenua and their, you know, what they prize and what they hope to preserve for their mokopuna and for the community, then support it. And if you don't, you don't. You know, this is actually what you get when you get mana whenua around the table. You get aspirational, out the box thinking about what is possible, not just what currently fits in our current balance sheet or what can fit within our current balance. And unfortunately, our Māori view to caring for the environment doesn't fit neatly within a cost-benefit analysis. I mean, all good if you don't want to support that, but I think there's enough support around the table to be really ambitious and to honour our mana whenua partners, Ngāti Toa Rangatira. Someone suggested making an apology. That's not good enough. Apologies don't mean a lot without changed behaviour. And we've heard Liz's tono, we've heard her wero to us today, and we can accept that, or we cannot if we don't want to. I guess the last thing I'll say is the Mayor, you talked about you know, doing some studies into how you know, these wastewater overflows might impact kaimoana. I mean, you don't need to be a marine biologist to know that human waste where you're harvesting kai is dirty and is not able to be eaten. So I don't think we need to do any work in there. Just finally, Councillor Rush, you said that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People may not be relevant to this country. Well, Dr. Carwyn Jones and Moana Jackson actually crafted that document, so it is absolutely relevant here because it was created by people who are indeed Māori. So just want to echo Liz's kōrero. Until we fix it, nothing is going to change. So I suggest that we just listen to mana whenua on this one. So ngā mihi e te rangatira, Liz, and thank you everyone for your kōrero. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. So we've got a motion which has been moved and seconded. So those in favour, push. Oh, do we want to take them separately? Yeah, we'd like to take them separately, please. So if we can get number 1 up, which is to affirm support for the position. Do we need to see that? Yeah. So we'll take number 3 first. All those in favour, push your green button and red if you're not. Okay.
That has carried with 10 votes in favour, 3 against, with councillors Young, Mayor Foster and Condi against.
Thank you. Shall we vote on the second amendment, which is paragraph 4? Again, with the green-red convention.
That has carried with 12 votes in favour, 1 against, with councillor Rush against.
Thank you very much. I think we go back to the substantive now, unless there are other amendments. Mayor Foster, were you considering one?
Yes, I'm going to pass that over to Councillor Wolf. It was just about getting community involvement in the early stages of the process as well. But I need to duck out to another commitment, so I'll leave that with him to pursue.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. Apology accepted. Another ambassador lunch. Councillor Wolf, would you like to pick up the reins?
Yeah, I'll pick up the reins. Rather surprisingly so. I thought the mayor was going to be putting this himself, and I will need a seconder for it. But essentially, what I'd like to include is that community involvement and participation in the collaboration committee is investigated. That is what I'd like to include. The reason for that is that I think the mayor and I and other people have seen that there has been quite a degree of interest, quite a degree of institutional and historical knowledge that has been brought to the table today out of the public participation. And I think that it would be wrong that the community were excluded. I'm pretty sure that, and I'm hopeful that mana whenua would support that too, because I think that this area of water care and duty to protecting our environment has the wider community's interest as well. So I'm hoping for a seconder.
I'll second you, Councillor Wolf, if you want.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
Would you like to speak, Councillor Calvert?
No, I don't need to.
Anyone like to speak and debate, or questions first? No questions. I thought, yeah. Councillor Day.
Kia ora. I'm very supportive of the community being involved in this process. I don't agree that the structure that Councillor Wolf is proposing to put the community aspect into is quite the right place. What we've just talked about is Te Tiriti o Waitangi and establishing a process for mana whenua. And this sort of actually attempts a little bit to undermine that unique space that mana whenua need to have in this process. So, and I think you'll find that, as you say, Councillor Wolf, mana whenua will be very keen for community to be involved. But what we've just talked about is making sure that there's a process whereby mana whenua can co-construct and work, co-design with Wellington Water in a way that is done so it's with the community as well. And I know that, and I'm sure Liz Kelly will be able to speak to this, that Ngāti Toa will absolutely be wanting to, understand the community perspectives. And I think you'll find that they are very well aligned. But I think what we're trying to do is make sure that we set up clear processes where mana whenua actually are able to live the aspirations that Te Tiriti o Waitangi did promise. And I think it's not quite the right place to put it. I'm sure that there will be discussions around how that works, but I think it's sort of a bit of a displacement in some ways, and I'd be interested to hear others' perspectives on it. But that's my initial feeling. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Anyone else? I mean, I'll say a few words. I as mentioned before, that Michelle and her colleagues, and I think it's the Guardians Satahi Bay, have been regulars at the joint steering committee for the Pūroro Wellington Wastewater Treatment Plant, and I've always been really impressed with the detail of their knowledge. And it just seems a bit odd that we're talking co-design with the community, but it's sort of Wellington Water and not really the community. And I think the proposed amendment is quite broad. It doesn't necessarily mean it's something that's going to be at that particular table. but really is just a request that they have a think about how they would involve them in the contribution. So I think it's quite broad, Councillor Day. That doesn't necessarily mean to be at that collaborative committee phase. So I'll let you speak.
Sorry, and that probably is quite a good point. We need to see the wording because Councillor Wolf did actually say the collaborative committee in his introduction. The other thing I guess I did just forget to point out, which is really important, is the community are not left out of this. That proposal was to have elected members in that collaborative committee, and that actually is community. Like, that's what we are here for. So I don't think it's completely fair to say that community are left out of this, and that's what we're sort of trying to say before. It's our job to be there to represent communities, and if we're doing our job well, we will be working really closely with these concerned community groups and making sure that we understand the perspectives and that that's working forward. I think it sort of just starts to look like what is the point of elected members if you have it at that level? There's actually got to be some sort of way of working through this that can make it work forward. So I guess the wording for this amendment is quite crucial, because I have to say I'm very supportive of community involvement. I just don't think the collaborative committee is quite the right space for it. So maybe Councillor Wolf can help us there.
Just to say, it's been emailed around by Letitia to everybody. So spend a minute or two, just have a look while I talk, I suppose. But
just pop it up on the screen. Come on. If we could pop it up on the screen.
We can go up on the screen, but then I don't get to see all you guys, and
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then. Well, that was kind of where I was going. It was quite broad, and it allows them to think. Yeah, as I say. Anyway, okay. Well, I'll leave my comments there. Does anyone else want to speak to this amendment? Good. Okay. Well, it's been moved. It's been seconded. So do we have a right reply? Yeah.
No, we don't, because I think it's all pretty clear. I would hope it would be supported. Thank you.
All right. Green, red. You know the drill.
That has carried unanimously.
Well done, folks. Good-o. So, moving on to, I'm assuming no one needs a wharipaku. No, we can move on. 3.3, Verandas Bylaw and Public Places Bylaw Review. I would encourage anyone that is suffering a wee bit from COVID to take the opportunity to, well, obviously stay on if you like, but this is getting a little bit dry now. So.
Councillor Rush.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is Sean from Dem Services. I could be wrong. I believe that you just voted on the amendment and you possibly still need to vote on the motion.
We still need to vote on the motion.
Of the last paper.
Whatever. Sorry, guys, you're right. All right, so let's put the, I think we didn't have a mover for the original paper, did we? So shall I move that?
You were the mover. And Councillor Matthews seconded it.
Thank you. All right. Is there any debate, folks? No, good. Okay. No right of reply. Good discussion. I put it to the vote, green and red. Thank you, Democracy Services.
That has carried unanimously.
Great. Okay, well, moving on to 3.3, Verandas Bylaw, Public Places Bylaw Review 2022. I will welcome Jeff Lawson and Shu Huang to introduce the report.
Afternoon, councillors. This is a bit of an administrative paper. It's driven primarily from the Verandas Bylaw point of view, which was put in place in 2015 by George Skimming. Many of you will remember him. It allows the council to engage with veranda owners, well, people who have verandas on their properties over a public space, and for us to engage with them to maintain those verandas. We have to review this by August, late August, otherwise it will lapse. And that's the reason we're just working through this. We're not proposing any changes particularly to it, but we've taken the opportunity to combine it with the Public Places Bylaw and to pull that out as a separate bylaw, which is why it's called, the Public Places part is also in We probably would, obviously we wouldn't normally put the public places bylaw to this committee, but it's just through that process that's here. So we put it out as a standalone bylaw, combining both the verandas and public places, and we've updated some of the things that have come through from the trading events and public places. So we've just tidied those up. It's more of an administrative process. We need to go through it. Shu is here, and maybe Christine is possibly online as well, if there's any particular questions.
Thanks, Jeff. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Chair. You spoke too quickly. It's not a dry subject. Jeff, can I just confirm that in the 2023-24 review of the public places bylaw, that's a complete one? Because I think, for example, the protest issue will need to have some deeper consideration given our recent experiences. Some complex.
Yes, we thought, right now is probably not the right time. We need to. There's obviously a lot of other processes in place, particularly around that issue. We need to, allow some of that to work through, and yes, we'll look at a full review.
Okay, so that's fine, because I even though it was done in 2018, I can still see some room for improvement. I'm particularly concerned about that we don't get verandas like around Crazy Rick's. So if you don't know that, that's on the corner of Cuba and Gusney Street, where someone put in a balcony. Well, maybe it wasn't a veranda, but just as a general point, that had these massive, on a very heavily pedestrianised street, put big poles to support this balcony. So when will this bylaw essentially allow staff to make sure that it doesn't block access to pavements, because it really is a bit ridiculous?
That's good. I know that pole that you're talking about, which is right. If most people do know that particular pole. Obviously, I can't detail about it. Obviously, it was consented at some point. So whether that's a consenting issue, can we come back to you on that? We're certainly going to. We can look at that through this period we were consulting.
Okay, yeah, if you could come back, because really, I think we need to do a bit better, and it's very bad for disabled people.
Absolutely.
Now, can I just confirm the NBS for the veranda would be the same as the building, right? It would be seen as part of the structure. Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay, and sorry, I'm just flicking between screens to look at all the questions. Oh, that's right. The other question was, sorry, can you just remind me, the designated zones for verandas, where are those? Are those all town centres? So it's probably a planning question. Someone could get back to me about that.
Okay. Councillor Pennant, and that's for, we used to say is the town centre area, but mostly we are talking about the Golden Mile area to require this veranda as a useful amenity to protect people from the weather. So it covers mostly the central district area.
So is that outlined in the district plan?
Yes, it's in the draft district plan.
It is in the draft. Sorry, there's so much detail in there. Lovely. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Councillor Calvert, and then Councillor Young.
Thank you. My question is, given our local centres are often commercial centres, why don't we include them? And I'm thinking particularly of Pūroro, and in particular a building this council built, which is the library, and it has a large street frontage, which is actually right next to a bus stop, but it has no veranda. And when I did ask about whether we should have built a veranda, I was told, well, the architect didn't want it. So I just really want to understand that are we making sure that our local centres are consistent with our city centre? Because the whole reason for a veranda is to protect people from the weather, I'm assuming, and the local centres need that protection just as much.
That, Councillor, that's more of a planning question than this particular bylaw. This just allows us to engage with owners to maintain them appropriately. where they're required is set in the district plan. So that's more something that we should take up separately with the planning.
So how do you think I should take that up with the chief city planner?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And then if we broaden our designation areas, this policy would cover it.
Yes, this just allows us to, if verandas are not kept in reasonable upkeep, not maintained properly, they are either unsafe or leaking or all those sorts of things, it allows us to engage with the owners to maintain.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Young.
Hi, Jeff. Good to see you on camera. So I've just, I do have a particular interest in verandas because I walk around the city. And so I'm just wondering how strictly the maintenance and repair of verandas is monitored. I'm thinking particularly of Wellington's scuzziest building, the Oaks, which always looks as though I might have done the repairs, they look so poor. And there are a couple of others, like some on Featherston Street I've seen, which look as a bit sort of rusty and grotty. How often do we step in and actually do the work and then bill the owners?
Hello, Councillor Young, and we have designated officers and to particularly engage with the property owners and that has verandas in the central city area. So the situation is that at the moment we are looking at over 1,000 verandas, and of which more than 90% comply with the requirement. And there are several issues with the verandas that are lack of maintenance and good repair, and that's where the officers is working with the property owners to sort things out.
Sorry.
Yeah, we do have the bylaw made it very specific, and what is a good repair, and but the main thing is to keep it waterproof. And
you've just gone on mute.
I think the main purpose is to keep it waterproof and safe for the people, to the public.
Could you make sure that the Oaks is always permanently at the top of the list, please?
Sorry.
The Oaks building on the corner of Manor Street and Cuba Street.
I will definitely pass on your request to the officer, and
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, is that the end of questions on this not so dry subject? Looking outside, my veranda's quite wet. Okay, well, we'll move on to debate, I suppose. I'm happy to move the motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Pennant, thank you so much. I guess I should say a few words. I'm just going to echo what was said earlier about this being a administrative function, which I'm pleased to see that the officers are taking it, this dry, wet, whatever you want to call it, issue seriously, because we do have to comply with the legislation. So thank you very much. And that's all I'll say. Councillor Pannett, would you like to say anything?
Just briefly, look, thanks to the officers. It is to some extent a shame that we have to spend time and money doing something which really is an administrative matter. However, in saying that, given Wellingtonians' love of walking, it's important that we have really great verandas that protect us from the elements. It adds character to our city, and of course they should be in good repair, not blocking any footpaths. So I hope that these small changes will make make our management of verandas much better, and we get better outcomes for all Wellingtonians.
Well said. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? No? Good. I won't exercise my right of response, and I'll just encourage you all to vote green and red as you choose.
That has carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Moving to item 3.4, the disposal of part of 39 Chapman Street, Johnsonville. I welcome Siobhan to introduce this report.
Thanks, Chair. It's fairly straightforward land disposal. It's to dispose of land at 39 Chapman Street. This land is listed as a water asset as it provides drive-on access to a working water reservoir. Wellington Water is supporting this part disposal as the part of the land that's being disposed is not required for operational purposes. Under the Public Works Act, land can only be sold to the adjacent landowner, and the adjacent landowner has approached us and wants to purchase the land. So this paper seeks recommendation to full council to approve the land disposal at market value. And we have some officers. We have Sarah Jane, I think, online, as well as Zach, to answer any questions.
Thank you, Siobhan. Any questions, colleagues? No? Okay, well, I think that's been very clear. Much appreciated to officers. I'm happy to move this motion. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Day. I'll say a couple of words. Last time it's administrative. It's happy to leave it to the CEO to tie up the loose ends in this. Good bit of housekeeping. Not much else to say. Anyone else wants to speak? No? Okay. Please vote green or red.
That has carried unanimously.
I declare that motion's been carried. Supposed to say that, didn't realise that. Anyway, okay, we're moving on, folks, to item 3.5, action tracking. Again, Siobhan.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, presenting the action tracking paper and assuming it has been read, just would like to point out a number of actions in progress relating to activities around waste, and particularly around our strategic waste roadmap and activities within that. We did have some papers due to come to this committee, which we have withdrawn. We have a number of moving parts, like loads of moving parts to waste at the moment. So we're just taking a step back and putting a program approach around it. So we actually get some program discipline and we know what needs to happen when. So we hope to be able to bring that full program back to you very soon. So you can see where all those moving parts are and how they interact with the general waste minimisation and management plan.
Thank you, Siobhan. Councillor Pannett.
Thanks, Siobhan. Yeah, look, I was going to ask about this. So you may be aware that the resource recovery work money was approved in 2018, now 2022. So very keen that we get on with that and other work. When you say very soon, how long is very soon? And can we, sorry, now I can't remember if that's actually on the forward program for when it's going to be debated.
Yeah, so there is, I can assure you there has been a lot of work done in both the curbside collection and the resource recovery that was due to come. We need to just get all of that tidied up. When I say very soon, it will either be in April or May, coming back to Infrastructure Committee with that full programme view.
Sorry, so how many papers and for voting?
So I'll have to come back to you on that, Councillor Pannett, in terms of the number of papers, and that's what we're dealing with at the moment, because there are so many moving parts and they've been pursued discreetly. We actually want to put them in a programme so we can actually have a holistic view of everything that's going on in the waste area and monitor and report on everything in one go.
Okay, that would be lovely if you could let all councillors know. Thank you.
And any other questions, folks? Just one from me, Siobhan, from today. I'm guessing, can we add the quarterly report for Wellington Water onto there?
Yes, and I'll go through, because it's one of the amendments from today, I'll go through for the next action tracker. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, no more questions. Is there any debate? No. Okay, it's been moved and seconded, no right of response, and let's just vote. Green or red.
That has carried unanimously.
I declare the motion's been carried. Okay, item 3.6, forward program. Again, Siobhan, would you like to introduce the report?
So again, we'll take it as read. We'll see what we've got coming up in April. The big paper there will be the sludge minimisation project business case. We will also have our priority investment projects report, which will report to end of Q3. And the water, I'll say big papers, there's quite a few big papers, Wellington Water, the OPEX and CAPEX options as well for years 2 and 3 of the LTP. Plus REMO's role in emergency preparation and report on the Parakaibirama trial.
Thank you. And I'm proposing an amended substantive to add a 3 waters update as well, given we've got the report now.
Yeah.
Any questions? Councillor Panner.
Sorry, Siobhan, I've just reread the Forward programme now. So any chance at all we could put this work on, and then you can always change it if you need more time? There's no meeting in May, so it's June. So
yeah, I'd suggest it would be June. So we'll put a programme report back. Yeah, so we'll put something on there for the waste programme.
Okay, and just to absolutely confirm that this will move the things actually forward so that more work can be done. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I suppose one clarification for colleagues, Siobhan, about the OPEX discussion that you've mentioned going into the next infrastructure committee meeting. That is not related to the OPEX discussion we're going to have at council next week, which relates to this year as opposed to years 2 and 3. So just a bit of a clarification. I think I've got that right, Siobhan?
Yep, so we could be discussing current year next week and then years 2 and 3 infrastructure. When you say it's not related, it's pretty much the same issue. So it's just following through, but it will present what its requirements are for year 2 and 3.
Good-o. No other questions. I'm happy to move this paper. Councillor O'Neill, thank you so much. I won't say anything. Is there any debate? Councillor O'Neill, would you like to speak? I won't reply. Let's vote with green and red.
That has carried unanimously.
Well done, team. Well, thank you to officers in particular, and to Wellington Water officers, and to our public participant, Michelle, for a well-attended, thoughtful meeting, which I think has given us a lot of good information, and also I think some reinforcement of support for Wellington Water despite the challenges that they are facing as well. I also thank those who are battling with the COVID bug. I had that last week and it's not easy, that's for sure. So soldier on, and you'll do your 7 days and you'll be fighting fit. So hope to see you all back at full fitness next week. I'll say the karakia now, and I declare the meeting closed, and then I'll say the karakia. Unahia, ki te uru tapu nui, ki awatia, ki amama, ti anaku, ti ninana, ti wairua. I te ara, taka tū, ki rararongo, whakakairia, ake ki ranga, ki awatia, ara ki awatia. Thanks, everybody. Stay well. Enjoy. I'm having my deferred wedding anniversary dinner tonight. So 10 years for me and the wife. So we're thrilled.
Thanks, Sean, for the meeting.
Long way to
Appreciate
go.
it. Cheers.
Congratulations.